Hey folks, welcome to another space with me, Kalu Aja. Of course, on our space, we're talking money, the economy, and finance, right? That's what we do every Sunday, 7 p.m. West African time. That's what we're talking about. And this week, we have another topic to do with the Nigerian economy. And of course, if you've been following the news in Nigeria, unfortunately, you would have heard about what we'll now call Agency Gate, which essentially is our own version of just stuff we don't know what the heck is going on. I want to find out what's going on. So I have a presentation today. I mean, it's how easy is it to defraud the Nigerian state? That's essentially what we're going to talk around today. YouTube, guys, let me share YouTube. If you guys can follow YouTube, I mean, you can follow the visuals. We've got fantastic visuals on there. I'm just going to share the YouTube now on Twitter. Please do try to follow so that way you can be a part of our nice visuals that we have done for you all through the week. And if you're just joining or if you don't know what we're talking around, we are talking about the quote unquote alleged fraud that has occurred in Nigeria in the past week. And that has got to do with the insertion of an agency, what we call a fake agency. That's what they're calling it. I don't think it's fake, for fake agency in the Nigerian budget. Now, it's easy to look at this and say, wow, this is just one instance or one agency or one happenstance. But when you look deeper, you begin to see how this has played out, not just today, but this is just the latest in a long string of budgets, National Assembly, and just a breakdown of processes and controls in Nigeria. And that's what we want to talk about around today. How did this happen? And how have we stopped this from happening? Lots of folks are on TV defending. If you notice, apart from the presentation or the speech by the presidential spokesman, nobody else from the government has come out to defend this. Nobody else has come out to defend this. That's telling. That's very, very telling to say that no one's defending this, because when I start to look at the investigation, it's so broad what has happened that it's impossible to believe that it's just one person or one fraudster. This looks like an institutional capture by the politicians to take money out of Nigeria. That's what it feels like to me. And I'm going to make my case to you. So just follow. Again, like I said, if you're on YouTube, follow us. Or if you're on Twitter, I'm going to share this slide so that way you guys can also follow. We're not going to start from 2026. We're going to start from 2016. 2016. In 2016, we had a case of fraud that is almost similar to what we have today. And it involved a guy, the head of appropriations in the House of Assembly. His name was Abdulmumuni Aminu. And in that instance, in that corruption case, he alleged that the House leadership, this is the House of National Assembly, had sought to insert about $30 to $40 billion in projects into the budget of Nigeria. So these were fake projects. They wanted him to put it into the budget. Then, of course, those budgets come out because they will issue fake contracts, and then the monies get recycled back to the leadership of the House. It was a big issue back in 2016. I think the Honorable Jumri Aminu had to resign from the House. We made a lot of noise. How could this happen? How could we have fake insertions into the budget? 2016 came, it went, and nothing has changed. Between that and this time, more scandals have come. The first Speaker of the House that was a female, Ete, how did she leave? Curtains for millions. And you've had lots of these cases, insertions of budget. You look at the National Assembly insertion, street lights, you see hairdressers, you see grinding machines. Now, if you look at the budget, you will literally see where they have allocations to give cash, physical cash, to people under constitutional project, constitutional allowances, or whatever they call it. So the Nigerian budget is a mess. It's a mess. There's no way to go around it, right? That's why I stopped looking at the Nigerian budget. The only thing I look at is the Nigerian implementation. where you can even try to say, okay, from what they have said they want to spend, what have they spent? The latest implementation report we have is third quarter 2025. That's the latest that we have. So we don't know what has been spent going forward. We're already in third quarter 2026. We don't know what has been spent from back then till now. And even when you see what have they've spent, it's crazy. We are borrowing, we are spending like no man's business. This current budget, we're going to spend about borrow, not spend, borrow about 2 trillion every single month. Not year, 2 trillion every single month. The numbers are mind blowing. So this is why this is important. So 2016, Abdulmumin Jibril said that in the House Appropriations, they simply create projects, insert those projects, and that money is taken out from Nigeria and given to individuals. We didn't address that. That's why we have 2026 scandal. And what's the 2026 scandal? The same thing. A fake agency was created by a certain gentleman. That's what they want us to believe. That one guy did 419, created an agency, and that agency found itself into the budget. That same agency found itself in the federal secretariat. That same agency had a domiciliary account for naira and dollars created in the Central Bank of Nigeria. That same agency had ministry officials segmented from other ministries to that ministry to work in that agency. That same agency was holding discussions with foreign members of the diplomatic community members, holding meetings, had a seminar in Abuja. They didn't hide, had a seminar in Abuja. There were military men there. That same agency went to EFCC and was also cleared by the EFCC. That's what we are now. So from 2016 to 2026, we haven't gotten better, we've gotten worse. In 2016, it was just a house issue where they were just basically saying, listen, we want to take money from appropriations and pay ourselves. But in 2026, we have now metasized this whole issue. It's no longer just the house. It's literally we are taking money, right, from the Nigerian budget, but we're involving the EFCC, the CBN, Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Lands, Federal Secretariat, Office of the Accountant General, Office of everybody's now involved. It's now, in American terms, will be called a conspiracy because it's so wide that you can't just hold one guy responsible. This is a conspiracy to basically take monies from the Nigerian budget and allocate it. We don't know where this is going to, but let's just, this is just a setting, right? It didn't start today. It didn't start in 2016, but 2016 gives us a good place to look at because this is a House member, Chairman Appropriations, telling us in 2016 what was going on. And it looks like in 2026, this guy, we just basically have graduated into a wholesale stealing. Don't call it corruption, stealing of the federal purse that is meant for the kids. That's why the kids are paying loans to go to school, because there's no money to educate them for free. Free education is in the Constitution. If you mention, it will tell you it's not justifiable. What the heck does that mean? It's in the Constitution that you've got to educate children in Nigeria for free. Not students' loan, for free. It's right there in black and white in the Constitution. So let's sort of review what happened in this whole case, right, that we're screaming all about. And why I'm doing this for you guys, I think I know the answer, but I want you guys to understand what they are asking you to believe and see if it makes sense for you. They are asking you to believe that one or two people created a federal government agency. Do you know what that means? That means that they wrote to the Accountant General of Federation, they created the agency, they got what's called an MDA code, because every agency has an MDA code. Is that MDA code allowed to be funded and to put in the budget? One guy created a fake government agency with forged letters. That's what they're asking us to believe. Number two, he got the chief of staff to sign that letter. Then number three, he got government space in a federal secretariat, not in Maitama or Sokoro in one private building. No, he wrote a letter to the EFCC and they allocated him space in a seized building that was seized from folks that had done corruption, allocated to them. He also got an auditor and accountants and officers seconded to that office to go work in that office from the federal government. The same EFCC then cleared him. He wrote to the Central Bank of Nigeria. He opened 34 accounts, including domiciliary accounts. He applied for visa to go to United States. He asked for a note verbal from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to issue visas to the guys who are going to accompany him to go to United States. Like I said, he had done all this publicity in Abuja. He had requested in all 36 states of Nigeria land from the Ministry of Land to build a model city or whatever in all 36 states of the Federation. He had requested for infrastructure from the Ministry of whatever, Ministry of Infrastructure, Works and all that. One guy, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't pass the smell test. So it's a systematic failure in verification, documentation, and oversight across the executive and across the legislation in Nigeria. Why did it happen? Because Nigeria has broken our official spaces into this cult of personality. You know what really happened, guys? This guy was known by people that he was working for somebody. And it's because it was known he was working for someone that people turned an eye and said, okay, now Oga Pikin be this, give him what he wants. That's what happened. Because there's no way, even though he had let's assume what the government said is correct. Let's say he owned a syndicate that was in the Federal Ministry of Finance. What about the EFCC? What about the Foreign Affairs? What about the CBN? What about the Ministry of Land? Did he also have syndicates in all those places? If he did, then we're in trouble in the country. That means the entire budget is open. And I can go further, guys. If you go further into what this guy did, he also has this is the key thing. The budget, this fake ministry found itself into the federal budget. They didn't go and hide it like they do into maybe federal ministry, Oko, or School of Nursing, Kangama. No, they went to the first page of the ministry of the presidency, the president's budget. This is the presidency budget. It's right there. Presidential Economic Advisory Council or whatever, Foreign Intervention Council. It's right there, number 18. It has a code. It has an MDA name. It has a personnel budget, overhead budget, and capital budget, all of 1.3 billion. How is this possible? How can a fake agency, you can do 419. You see people in Lagos, in Abuja, everywhere doing 419. They'll say, oh, I am this, I am that. But how can that fake budget find its way into the budget of the federal government of Nigeria? Not just the budget, into the budget of the presidency. Remember, they could have hidden this in Ministry of Sports or Ministry of Tech. They went to the ministry, the presidential budget, and put it there. Why do you think they put it there? It's the same reason. If you notice a long time ago, the same reason why they put things like housing or motors for First Lady in the budget, to give it legitimacy. They can buy the cars without the budget, but they put it into the budget to give it legitimacy. So someone put this thing into the budget to give this thing legitimacy, so that someone could then go and say, we're in the budget, give us a building. We're in the budget, give us a dumb account. We're in the budget, give us staff. That's what they did. Who did it? This can't be this guy. It can't be one guy. How did they get an MDA code? How did they get MDA name? It's not possible, guys, that they're asking to believe this. And again, we're not here to litigate what has happened with this one individual that is inconsequential. We're talking about the breakdown in accountability, verification, law and order in the entire Nigerian budgeting process, because this thing doesn't make any sense. If this can happen, how are you sure every agency you are seeing today in Nigeria is real? How are you sure? If this can happen, then how are you sure every agency is real? Let's go on. It gets worse. This picture I'm sharing tells you how deep this rot went. This agency had a .ng domain. .ng domain. So that means that on the internet, they didn't have .com or .yahoo or .gmail. They had a .ng. So if you were, say, the ambassador of Cambodia, and a guy wrote a letter to you and said, I am the presidential economic advisor, and I want to have a meeting with you, what would you do in that embassy? You will tell your guys, well, Nigerians are kind of quote unquote shady. Do your background check verification and come back to me. What will those guys in Cambodia do? They're going to go online. They will look at the website. Wow, this organization has a .ng. So it's from the government of Nigeria. They look at the budget. This organization has a budget, not just a budget, it's under the presidency. They go to EFCC. Wow, not only has it been cleared, there's a picture of the guy with the EFCC chairman holding a plaque right there. It's there. They then go and look at the Central Bank of Nigeria. Wow, there's an account created in the Central Bank of Nigeria. It's called the Presidential Economic Advisory Council / Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council World Investment Summit. Who created that account in the CBN? They're going to go to the Ministry of Accounting General. They're going to see, wow, this guy is self-accounting. Look at what these guys did. They made this institution self-accounting. So they won't have to go back to get a clearance or get appropriation or to get oversight from National Assembly. They were self-accounting. They were assigned a code, an admin code 0111062001 in the National Charts of Accounts for Budgeting, Accounting, and Reporting of Financial Returns to the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation. They had a self-accounting status. So if you are the embassy of Cambodia, what would you say? You would say this is a real agency. They've passed numerous verification checks, numerous, from EFCC to CBN to the Accountant General to even internet search. They had a .ng domain name. So what do you do? If they ask you to come for a meeting, you will go for the meeting because you want to do business with the largest economy in Africa. So how would you then feel as the Cambodian people now if you then find out that this agency was fake? How do you relate now to the nation you are posted to? What is real? What then is real? If you go to the CBN tomorrow, is it real? Yes, you see CBN on the building. You see the building. You see the CBN governor. You see him on TV. Is it real? You saw this other guy on TV in a building, in a federal building, in a federal website. You saw. So what is real? Then you wonder why there's no foreign direct investment in Nigeria, but there's only foreign portfolio investment. I want you to wonder why the foreigners can lend Nigeria money, but are not investing in Nigeria. Pull up the numbers. We've studied here many times. No one is investing. Nigeria's reserves have grown to $50 billion. They clap every day, $50 billion. But that money is foreign portfolio investment, which means people are just bringing in money because of high interest rates. No one is giving you money to buy. Let me make it easier for you. Nestle, let's say Nestle. Nestle is buying federal government bonds. Nestle is not investing in Ota to build a new factory. That's the difference. What does it mean? It means if there's katakata tomorrow, Nestle can take their bonds, sell it, and run away. You can't sell Ota Nestle tomorrow. It's still there. Even if Nestle pulls out, Ota is still there. So you have 50 billion reserves, but nobody is investing because of this nonsense we're doing. This is it. How can you know? Nigerians, explain to me tell me how else you would know that an MDA is real, if not what's going through with this guy did. That tells you something. This MDA was never fake. This was never a fake MDA. It can't be fake. How can you be fake and have a .ng, have a DOM account, have a self-accounting status code, meet with the EFCC chairman, go and defend your budget, get your name inserted in the president's own budget? You can't be fake. What must have happened is there must have been a disagreement and it blew up, just like what happened in 2016 with Abdul Mumuni. That's what must have happened. That's what makes sense. Not asking us to suspend common sense and believe what these people are saying. That's what makes sense. So, guys, I want to add you to speak now. Obina and Samuel, please request again. I'll add you to speak now. The point again is very simple. There has been a breakdown of verification, oversight in Nigeria. And do you know why it has broken down? Because we have personalized Nigerian governance. We have made it personal to the extent that even the folks that are supposed to do third-party checks are afraid of doing third-party checks. The EFCC saw this guy, then they must have known that this thing was fake. But why did they approve him? Because they must have heard in between lines. Now I got picking be this. Allow make it go through. Same with the Ministry of Accounting of the Federation. Oh, now I got picking. Give them what they want. This guy was writing letters for everything. I want land. I want accounting code. And he was getting everything from the office of the Accountant General of the Federation. Who is in that office? Who appointed him? The president. The same way the president appointed everyone around him. They are all close. They are all tight-knit. There is no one that can say, Oga, hold on, this is wrong. Do you know how this guy was found out? Do you know who found him out? The Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is one that found him out. When he wrote and invited a guy from a foreign embassy, the foreign embassy wrote to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Ministry of Foreign Affairs then wrote to the NSA and requested, hey, who is this guy? Because the thing are not going to NSA and someone has asking questions, they then now said, oh, he's fake. That's when now say he's fake. You didn't know he was fake when he had NG. You didn't look at your own budget. It's like my own budget. I see money going to Stella. I don't know. I keep quiet. Money is going to Stella. I keep quiet. Then they say, who is Stella? I tell my wife, oh, Stella is fake. My wife, Stella is fake. Doesn't make any sense. Obina, please hop in here, Obina. Obina, hi.
Hello, Kalu. Good evening.
How you doing, sir?
I'm very well, thank you. The last time you and I saw was maybe 38 years ago.
Yeah.
Good evening to everybody who has taken out time to join in this Kalu's, as it were, soiree roundtable thing. Now, let me start by saying something. Now, there's a quote from, is it Socrates or Plato? Yes, Plato, where he says, if you do not take an interest in the affairs of your government, then you are doomed to live under the rule of fools. Stan, this is not a political round table. We're just basically addressing a very, very serious matter. In the end, affects us all. Now, if you can all kindly indulge me for 1 minute, I believe everyone here has internet connection and internet data. Kindly go to Google, please, if you may, and query these words. Query the words, how can a government agency in Nigeria open an account with the CBN? Now, if you query that, I'll help you read out the very short bit of information I got, and it goes thus. Government agencies in Nigeria do not directly open bank accounts at their own discretion. Under the Treasury Single Account TSA/E collection, the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, that's OAGF for short, has the exclusive mandate to authorize and coordinate the opening of accounts by federal entities at the Central Bank of Nigeria. It goes on to say, agencies must follow a strict multi-step authorization framework. One, official request. The agency supervising ministry or the agency itself formally writes to the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation requesting an account creation with the CBN. Step 2, verification and mandate. The Office of the Accountant General of the Federation verifies the agency's establishment, legal backing, and mandate. If approved, the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation formally writes to the CBN directing the opening of the specific account. Step 3, appointment of signatories. The Office of the Accountant General of the Federation officially introduces and clears the designated signatories. in bracket, typically career civil servants, not political office holders. Now, these are the very strict and stringent steps that must be taken for any government agency to open an account with the Central Bank of Nigeria.
So how does this happen, Obinna?
One thing that knocks me off my rockers is the fact that things have gotten to a point in Nigeria where people in government now take, excuse my French, they now take a piss and believe they can sell anything to us and we will swallow. For the life of me, an accusation is laid on the table, is laid bare on the table. And the first and only defense someone can blurt and muster up is, oh, it was fake. You know, there are things that don't make any sense. To make matters worse, it appears as though we, the educated, enlightened Nigerians, are being insulted to our faces. People are telling you the honest truth. Like I said prior, this is not a political discussion, but the honest truth is you need to ask yourselves this simple question. Perchance, we were able to stumble on this discovery. If one day, forensically, we dig deep into the budget, only God knows what sort of filth will be unearthed. People, it can.
Obinna, let's make it very, very simple, right? The reason why, there's a time when the federal government said they were giving 150 million people. No, what's the word? They were giving 75,000 naira to millions of Nigerians. And I made the point, if you go to Nigeria and you give people, poor people, 75,000 naira a month, the economy will double. The economy will visibly improve. The reason why it's not true is because they are not giving anyone any money. If you go and give people, poor people in Nigeria, 75,000, you will see the effect on the street. The reason why Nigeria, you don't see, there's no water, there's no local government in Nigeria today that has 24/7 water running from the public taps. There is none. From Abuja to Lagos, there is none that has public water running from the public taps in Nigeria. In quote, fact check me. The reason why you don't see that is because the budget, we announce billions and the money is stolen. The numbers are here. Let me share the numbers for you, what we're spending. This year, we're spending 68 trillion in Nigeria. 68 trillion. If you divide 68 trillion and you divide it just to people, just say, okay, every adult man or woman, age from 18 to 50, come and take this share of 68 trillion. We're not going to build any road. We're not going to build anything. You will see the effect in Nigeria. Why we don't see this is that this is just audio budgets. The money is written on paper. It is taken off. Again, go back to the point I made, Obinna. The only reason this thing was called fake is because it now got to the NSA. It was now went to the foreign affairs people, and people now knew that, listen, it has entered foreign affairs. This thing is going to get messy. They called it fake. There's nothing fake about this agency. How can you say, yes, if this agency is fake, then the Central Bank of Nigeria is also fake? What's the difference? They have .ng, they had an federal office, they had letter of approval, they had federal budget, they had MDA number, they had self-accounting number, they had staff, federal government civil servants seconded to them. From who? From the office of the Accountant General. How are they fake? How?
Well, Kalu, I won't lie to you. These questions are really not for me. They should be to the government spokesman who, in his wisdom, decided to claim that the entire government body was fake. Okay, so I ask you, I don't know, those of us who are here in Nigeria, I don't know how easy is it to get to actually secure an office space at the federal secretariat in Abuja?
It's next to impossible. This thing cannot happen. Even if you go and you forge everything they've said. Let's say you go right and you're a fraudster and you forge every letter, You hack the NTIDT and get a .ng. It is impossible for you to do what these guys have done. It's impossible. Even in Nigeria, it's impossible. Without a wink and a nod to say, now Oga Pikin be this. You know what Oga Pikin means now? People come in, yeah, that's what's going on. And that's why he got away with this. I've shared a photo of him and the EFCC guy.
We've all seen it.
Yeah, there's a photo of him and the speaker, the deputy speaker of the House of Assembly. Everyone knew this guy. There's a video of him hosting. So the DSS, you are hosting international events in Abuja with foreigners. DSS not aware.
Okay, so
let's get somewhere here. Okay, go ahead, Omina.
I would like to speak. I'll say one more thing. It appears in the entire outreach going on nationally and internationally among Nigerians, we appear to be, I don't know if it's intentional, we appear to be overlooking some very salient bits of information that nobody seems to be talking about. Now, in the midst of all of this, there's this accusation that 400 million was paid.
Yeah.
What exactly caused this fallout appears to be the non-payment of an outstanding balance of 200. Now, I know, being a former banker and a lawyer, I know for the fact that money leaves age. How is it that nobody is asking, okay, you say you paid 400 million to this person. How? Tell us.
Yeah, Paul. So how did this? What someone told me off record, and I can't post it because I can't quote it. The person told me off record that that's why I brought in the Abdul Muni issue. Well, that's why I started with the Abdul Muni issue. The guy told me this whole matter was because the guy was doing too much. Nobody sent him to go and host seminar. He says there are many MDAs in the body that don't do anything. They allocate money to you. You take that money, you take your 20%, you return the 80% back to the guy allocated to you. That's what he said. That this guy was trying to use this thing to make himself popular. So he was getting office in all 36 states. He was trying to do what they didn't ask him to go and do. So when he was doing, they said, hey, this is not what we asked you to, calm down, send money to us. He said, no, I'm not going to send the money. I want to help Mr. I don't go into that because I can't quote anybody. You see the point I'm making? That's what happened.
I hear you.
Nobody sent him. So
yes, so let's reason logically. Okay, so if that indeed was the challenge, okay, what would have been so difficult in saying, okay, do you know what, Chief, you're sacked.
That's what they did. That's what they did.
Subsequently disband
the body. The money won't come out. The money won't come out. That's why he got an MDA code. The money, exactly. This, I want to just to get what I'm saying. I want you guys to understand what's going on. Why did this thing happen? This happened because they need someone to write a check. You can't take money from the Nigerian account, even as Nigeria is corrupt rich. You can't walk into CBN and take money.
The body was an SPV, a special purpose vehicle.
No, it was an agency the same as MAMSA or NAFDAC or. This is the same. There is no difference from this guy, how it was set up, and any other legit agency in Nigeria. There's no difference. No difference whatsoever. Look at NAFDAC and this agency. There's no difference. DG, NTID, self-account status, they were cleared by National Assembly, cleared by EFC. There is no difference. They need this. When you budget money, the money will come out. That's what they're for. Let's get Samuel. Samuel has been waiting. Samuel, nice to see you again, though. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I saw you.
Thank you so much, Kalu.
Yeah. Samuel, hi. Samuel, I mean, we were talking with Obina. Yeah, I mean, you can just it doesn't pass the common sense test. It has to pass common sense test. You don't have to be an accountant or an economist to see what's going on here. Like I've said, pick any MDA in Nigeria. Pick any MDA. There is no difference with that MDA and this MDA. None. You can't say, oh, CBN has act appointing us. This one has act appointing them. They quoted a fake act appointing them. CBN has, well, this one has. CBN has, but this one has. It's not fake. Samuel, go on, Samuel.
Yeah, thank you, Kalu. I don't know if I'm audible.
Yes, you are, sir.
Good evening, everyone. Honestly, I've been following your space for a while and also following you. And every time I see your post, I'm happy we still have Nigerians that care about Nigeria. Firstly, it's so sad that people are surprised with the exposure that just happened. Because if you know this government very well, you will know that whatever they do, there's little or no secrecy to it. It's just that either Nigerians choose to pay a deaf ear or choose to look the other way. But virtually everything they've been doing since 2023, including the budget, the passing of the budget, the implementation of the budget, we were all here when a senator raised a very sensitive case. And that senator was suspended and called back when he said he was going to give details. And the matter just went that way. Nobody talked about it.
You're speaking of Senator Ndume.
Not Senator Ndume, the senator from Bauchi. If I remember his name, I'll recall.
What did he say?
He raised an issue concerning the budget.
Oh, and, okay. The one that said that the tax budget was substituted. Exactly.
Yeah, it was when the tax law was about to be but he was suspended.
He won that case. I mean, in the end, the committee had to go back and say yes, it was amended, and they had to go back and reissue new gazette. So he actually won that case. He brought that case to the open, and it led to the whole tax reform going back, and they reissued a new gazette.
Now, Kalu, as Nigeria is as of today, I expect that there should be some persons that are resigning as a result of that. There should be people that are leaving offices because of that. And it's so surprising that this matter has come up since the beginning till now. The government has been denying. There have been no resignations. There have been no suspension. There have been no sack. And the president is quiet about it. And he feels, maybe to be swept under the carpet like others. That has been my own concern. And I want to put this blame on the elites. It's quite sad that we have elites that are not even making effort to strengthen our institutions. They are so concerned about their own profit to the point that they don't care what the future holds so long as they're in line with the government in power. Because when you go to other countries, for instance, you go to America, for example, you see likes of, likes of Elon Musk. Even though he's a friend of Trump, you could still see one or two checks to whatever policies that are being passed. On the other side of the Democrats, you could still see people that are doing well for themselves, countering the policies of the president and forcing them to make adjustments. Here in the UK, for example, the current highest shareholder, Jim Ratcliffe, called out Keir Starmer, and it made a headline for more than a week. And what he raised was looked into. Because you cannot continue to open the border, for example, and the people are flooding in and the country is becoming a mess. They had to start thinking a way forward. Now, I want to put the blame on the elites because as much as these issues are raised, it is now left for them to raise it further. But I guess maybe they themselves too seem to have some kind of shady things under their cupboard.
Who is the elite? Who is the elite?
Now, the elites, are people who own, at least to a high level, institutions and companies that are, would I use I don't want to call it name, but take for example now, a man like Dangote should not only make comments when it affects his company. We saw how outspoken he was when the refinery came under attack. Now, why should you wait till the refinery comes under attack? When government institutions are under attack, you should speak up. Because if fraudulent things like this keep going on, you can't tell when you now sign a contract with government or not. It may look funny today, it may look simple today, but a time is coming where you will feel, we've reached an agreement. And meanwhile, the person you reached an agreement with is not even known in the quarters of government. That's the sad thing that we're expecting in the nearest future. However,
what you have said has happened. There was a dam. Remember, why don't we have a dam in Taraba? That's what happened. The minister signed a contract that the Federal Executive Council told him not to sign. Then he was on his way out of office. He signed the contract. Until today, Nigeria can't build that dam because the man that won the contract, a Nigerian, says he has a valid contract. Same with our Jakarta Steel. We gave a contract we were not authorized to give, and then the Indians and the Americans and all that were suing us because they said they have a contract for Jakarta. It's the same thing you're saying. It's happening already.
Now, Kalu, the Senate, for example, that I expect to a large extent, that matters like this should not even reach up to a day or two before they bring it out to the Senate House to discuss. But you see, they are so nonchalant about it. Even those in the opposition that should also add roots to this thing are so quiet about it.
Is that not the tell? Is that not the tell that nobody in government, apart from Bayo Ononuga, that issued a statement, nobody else in government has spoken? Not in the PDP, in the APC, in Labour, in even the new parties. No one has spoken. Even Atiku, even Peter Obi, have they come out to do a line by line and say we demand to know who? And it's very, very simple to do. You can ignore NASA. Go to CBN. Go to Central Bank. Mr. Cardoso is there. Mr. Cardoso, who authorized you to open a DOM account? Ask him that. It's a direct question. Bring the papers to us. You will see who said, okay, Mr. Accountant General of the Federation, who authorized you to write a letter to the CBN or to the NTITD to open? Get those paper. I mean, you can hold your own personal session. All these political guys can hold a space. They can come together. You have Peter Obi, you have Atiku, you have Amici. You can hold a joint press conference. Bring this same data we have here and hold the government to account. Nobody, the only place you see this topic being spoken about is by the citizens on social media. Nobody else is raising this issue. Why am I bringing this point up? Because everybody is sort of connected in one way or the other to the budget. If this is what's happened from 2016 till today, can you guys really trust your budget? Can anyone on this space tell me that if they put a gun to his head, apart from them paying salaries, what else can you trust this budget?
I will plan with the budget, Kalu. You can't even plan with the budget. Because if you are assuming that, okay, they've budgeted that this will be done, all of a sudden it gets cut off. I know a particular young man who works for, he said, what's that? I'm whenever I'm angry, I seem to forget things. He works for one of these institutions that go around servicing government generator plants, all these mechanical stuff. And then they were not captured in the budget, for example, and all of them were sacked. All of a sudden, they told them to keep working. And suddenly, they were fixed back. And they were still not paid.
I mean, it's... my issue is really that all the money we are borrowing is now in question. Last year, Nigerians... I'm going to add you soon. Nigeria spent $5 billion. $5 billion servicing the foreign debt last year. That's 2025. $5 billion. It's here. We spent 5.15 billion. The total, this is just external debt. The total external debt is 51 billion. Where did the money go to? How are you sure the money did not come from borrowing to a quote-unquote agency, and that agency has sent the money to Dubai, to Monaco? How are you sure? This kind of has always been there, but this is the first time we have seen. Why this isn't good is that there's an outsider that is now in session. And let me be conspiratorial.
Yes, that is helping the cash movement. Making it easier.
Let me be conspiratorial. I can't verify. There was a guy that they said that was one that nominated this guy to someone. That guy passed away in the hospital. He was killed in the hospital in a fire. The guy is dead. The guy that they said was one that recommended this guy to somebody has died in the fire. Okay. So why this case is unique, that if you look at the 2016 issue, this was House members fighting. Till today, Mr. Mumuni can say what he wants to say, but the House can say it was not true. So it's two fighting. House member. In this kind, we have this Adeniyi guy that's an outsider, that if he is put on the spot, if it was in America, he will put under witness protection. He will be asked to go and testify in Congress. His statement to be taken. Then whoever he names will be asked to recuse, and then they go investigate. He has said his letter was given to him by...
Why hasn't any media house invited? Because gradually our media houses are also now becoming complicit. Sorry, I'm saying that, but some stations are supposed to at least call this man and hold an interview with him. So let
me call the media. I know the media are saying the media are saying this story is a fake agency. That is a false statement. That's a statement designed to judge the matter in the public opinion before the matter is judged. There is nothing fake about this agency. Again, show me, pick any real agency, pick the fake agency, and tell me what's the difference between the real agency and this fake agency. If you keep on calling it how a man defrauded the government, you are simply judging this case, prejudging this case in favor of the government. You are saying the government was harmless. Then one guy came and defrauded them. That one guy got letter of appointment, got MDA code, got NITD website, got staff appointed to him, opened account in CBN, got staff seconded to himself, got himself into the budget, and invited foreigners to come and talk to him. One guy. So the press is also, I'm not leaving them off the hook, they are also complicit. Anyone you see saying the government was defrauded is complicit. They should report the matter as they are reading it. The same way I read it. I'm not accusing anybody, Abi. I'm giving fact. I'm saying you cannot look at this with common sense, not legal, common sense, and then say that this is a fake agency. What makes it fake? Explain to me what makes it fake. Tell me in comments of what makes this agency fake. I want to know. Samuel, let's get Chinonso in real quick. Then we'll come back. Chinonso, how are you doing, sir? What's up? I got my guys here.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm fine, sir. How are you today?
I'm doing very well, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening, my brothers and sisters in Nigeria. Doc, I was having a face-to-face meeting. I will call the guy's name.
Chinonso, don't share this information with your American people. Don't embarrass us.
No, I did. I did.
Oh my God.
I have to be very, very honest with you. First of all, I shared this issue with Obiano, former governor of Anambra State. You know what he told me? He told me, Doc, do you know even us, like governors, what it takes for them to open a CBN account? Like anybody here should argue. He told me, Doc, do you know what it takes for even a governor to open a CBN account? That aside, he laughed at me and said, anyway, he's a politician, he wouldn't be straight. But he just said something, just for me to understand. So I shared this with another guy that works with Wells Fargo. He asked me, okay, Doc, let me put something straight to you. He said, remember the other time you wrote a check I wrote a check for my wife. I missed the A at the end. The mistake, the A for O. Doc, do you know they arrested my wife inside the bank? They did not pay out the check.
Oh,
so the guy was trying to explain to me that opening an account with Central Bank is just like going to cash a check. Like a banker paying a check without looking at anything, He said that, bro, the story doesn't concord. And he said, anyway, it's Nigeria, let it fly. That aside, Doc, please, I want you to elaborate for me, more about the IMF saying that, the government did not account for 8.8 trillion. Like the money, is it in the budget, or the money wasn't budgeted for, or they spent this money, they did not account for it? I'm confused.
Yeah.
I'm very confused because I try to read meaning into what, Atiku said, and try to read meaning. This news is in New York Times. Anybody that is subscribing should go and read it up there. But I do not understand the two pictures, So, can you, help us from a professional side? Let's know exactly where the 8.8 million, how, what happened?
I think I shared earlier on that. This is not a new. I think I shared earlier on that. So let me try to be very, very succinct about what's going on. When Nigeria earns money, Nigerian law states that all the monies must be paid to one account, right? To one account. That's the Consolidated Revenue Fund of the Federation. Then the law also says that when Nigeria spends money, Nigeria cannot spend money from that account without appropriation. So the money must come to one account and the money must go out from one account. That's the law. But what Nigeria is doing is that Nigeria has found a way to spend money without appropriation. It started with, let's say, with not started. Let me be fair, not started. Look at what President Buhari did with what they call the Presidential Infrastructure Development Fund (PIDF). The president was fighting with Saraki. Saraki would not approve borrowing that Buhari wanted to do. So what did Buhari do? Buhari would take what we call independent revenues, maybe LNG dividends that the federal government was going to earn. He would get it, and then he would use it. He put it into a fund called the PIDF, that fund, and then from there he then paid for what he wanted to pay. So it didn't go through appropriation. It didn't go through appropriation of the Senate. That's what's going on today. So what the IMF, I actually did a slide on that and I shared it at the time. What the IMF is saying to Nigerians is that there are monies that are being spent by the executive that are not appropriated. For instance, the biggest one, it has stopped now, but let me give you the biggest one was the fuel subsidy. There was no appropriation of fuel subsidy in any budget. If you go back to time and look, it wasn't appropriated. Even the one that's appropriated was very, very minimal. The real spending was done by the NNPC. So when the NNPC exports crude oil, instead of paying the revenues to the Nigerian government through JP Morgan NNPC account, they will simply pay the subsidy. So the subsidy will not come to the budget. It's off balance sheet. It won't come to the budget, but you get the subsidy. So IMF was claiming that these spendings are not going into the revenue fund and are also not being shown up an expenditure. So when Tinubu came, Tinubu says every spending the NNPC does, don't deduct money, pay it into the FAC, pay it into that account, and then from that account, pay. But IMF is saying that you are paying what you call, in Nigeria, we call it first line charge. We are doing first line charge that is not also entering into the budget. So when we pay, when you do transfers to all these agencies that we do, to National Assembly, it's not coming to the budget per se. The money comes and it goes as a first line transfer to them. So IMF is saying we're not seeing what is coming in and then to then determine what is going out. Let everything come in, then let it go out. So it's not, to be honest, to be very, very honest, the money is not quote unquote missing. They are simply saying you should let it come in, because if it comes in, it gives a better picture of the deficit, of the income, and of how we're spending. That's really what's going on. It would aid transparency if all the monies were shown. But it's not like the money is stolen. I just want to be very, very fair to the government. Not that the money is being stolen, but they're not accounting for it as they should if it was a normal balance sheet process. I don't know if that answers your question. I've tried to be as I can. I did share, so I shared this before, what the IMF said about Nigeria. I'll try to get that slide again. I'll share with you again. I actually wrote about that. But so are you better now? Are you in a better position now?
Yes, because I'm in a better position. But from New York Times, like they said that they have asked for questions for over 2 weeks from Nigerian government. They did not get any answers. They've asked, they did not get any answers on how the 8.8 million was spent.
Good. Because the Nigerian government, we don't have any current records of what they are doing today. Like, I wrote an article just last week where I talked about how the government is spending money. They think that the spend has gone up by 65%, right? But there's no record in Nigeria. You can't go to the inflation reports come out later. They are lagging reports. You don't see where the money is being spent. There's money we are borrowing and we are spending outside the budget. But we don't see it yet because the records are not up to date. The latest inflation report is at Q3 2025. CBN is also not current. So there's no current place you can go to and look at the numbers and say, this is what we have spent. When the former Minister of Finance said that the government only raised 10 trillion last year, people were saying it's not true, blah, blah. Now with the reports have come out, we see that it was true, it was 10 trillion. That's one reason why he lost his job. But he was saying it then that, we only raised 10 trillion the whole half year 2025. People were screaming, how can you say we only raised 10 trillion when FIRS is saying they're raising record revenues? There is no record to go back and look. You can see a snippet here or a snippet here. I can look at the last article I did, but I wrote it there. There's no record. And if you don't have a record, it's very, very difficult to track what the government is saying. Yeah, that's really where we are. Their spending is being done real time, but reports are lagging. That's the problem. Does that make sense?
Yes, Doc.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm asking another question. Like, you mean like they are spending money without writing it down? So, how are we going to believe like the audits they are going to do in the future, like to come back, we are praying, let them not come back next year. But how are we going to believe that,
Yeah,
they are giving us the right account?
No, not that they're not writing down. They are borrowing money today to pay salaries today. But that book of accounts, you will see it in 6 months' time. So what New York Times and IMF are saying is that today, they're quoting them today to say, listen, what you are spending today, right, is outside the budget today. But Nigerian government is releasing results 6 months down the line, or even 8 months down. The latest one we have is Q3 of 2025. That's the problem. So independent people like myself cannot get into the account and say, oh, this is what's going on, that's what's going on. Unless you get a piece of information, then you write about that. Apart from that, it's hard to get something. Let me pull up my article that I did last time about this, and I'll give you the exact figures if you don't mind. Johnson, let me just pull this up real quick. And I wrote an article, I write for Nairametrics. If you look at it, you'll see where I highlighted this, where I said if spending had gone up. It's just going to pull up real quick, and I'll give you numbers for that. But whilst I'm waiting, let me get Chief.
Yes,
yeah, Chief B, real quick, go with your question. I'm going to put the article up. Chief
B. Sir Kalu, thanks. I greet everyone. So I just wanted to clarify further about the IMF issue. IMF actually raised a concern about the reason why they put this out was because they thought that Nigeria was suppressing the financing needs, right? They talk about masking fiscal deficits. So somebody has to be wrong. It's either we're not budgeting correctly or IMF is missing something. Because even if you talk about the first line charge, so that should be between gross or net revenue, if you get what I mean. Even if they are not showing it as expenses, then at least if your revenue is correct, then it should be some sort of a difference and they should easily be able to reconcile it. So something is really missing there. If they are saying that, look, this is additional deficit that you are suppressing or that is being misreported, and to us, we think that you need more money than we're asking for. The reason why your deficit is not correct is because of these monies that you are spending outside of the budgeting framework.
That is true.
I think it's a more serious issue. So what do you think?
That is true. So again, like I said, right, just be clear. And again, I don't want to defend the government. The money is not quote unquote like missing. It's not like they are saying the money was stolen. What's going on is that Nigeria, simple example, Nigeria earns 100 naira. What IMF is saying is that Nigeria is then saying we only earned 60 naira, not 100 naira. That 40 naira that Nigeria is removing, they are taking that money and they are spending it outside the budget. So what it's doing is that it is masking the performance of Nigeria. We are saying we are earning only 60 and it's making our numbers look good. If we put that whole 100 that we're earning, then the numbers look very, very bad because we're earning so much and we're borrowing so much. So the deficit now looks worse. That's what they are saying. Not that the 100, for instance, is missing. If you look at the comments from the Minister of Finance, let me put something instead. He's talking about statutory cost of these things are bad. Let me give you an example. We're paying customs 4% to collect dues. Customs 4%. Why? Why should custom get 4%? We're paying Federal Revenue Service 4%. You can argue that they are going around to collect revenues, but who is paying duty in Nigeria? Who is paying, import income duties in Nigeria? It's corporates. You and I have not been paying personal income taxes the way corporates pay. How many corporates are in Nigeria? Does the FIRS need 4% to actually go and collect? This is what I'm talking about, special interventions, debt obligations. Look at this new thing we're doing with Dubai, where we are giving Dubai, we're doing a swap. Dubai is giving us dollars. We're giving Dubai bonds. It's off balance sheet. So if you look at the Nigerian debt today, it won't show this Dubai deal. It won't. But the revenue will go up. So what you're going to see is that Nigeria will say, oh, our reserves have gone up by $1.4 billion because we have borrowed money from Dubai. That will be shown as revenue to Nigeria. But the corresponding debit is not going to be shown in the budget. There is no line in the budget for swap deal with Dubai. What will happen is that if dollar falls, Nigeria makes money. If dollar goes up, there will be a line for payment to Dubai swap deal because it's now going against us. So I hope that makes sense. It's not, if this was stolen money, IMF will not write a simple letter. They are telling the Nigerian government, put everything you are doing on paper so that it is easier for us to then score you right and not saying this one is going to a third-party account that you call special interventions or approved budget. No, that's what they are trying to get at. They want the government to record everything as it is. The government should. The government can't hide behind Nigerian budget says you can't, this is third party or this is first line charge. We should follow the laid down rules of accounting and it becomes easier. That's the way I look at it. There are so many slush funds in Nigeria. There are too many slush funds in Nigeria that the president can say, let's tap this one and pay this. Let's tap that one and pay this. And that's the problem. That's why you have fraud like this that's going on. There's too many slush funds. If you don't take your dividend in Nigeria, it goes to an account called the unclaimed dividend. Now, government has come to that unclaimed dividend and they've taken the money. They've taken that money and they're going to take that money and do stuff with it. Tomorrow, if you go back, they'll tell you, oh, the money is in the Accountant General for the Federation. Does that money show up in the balance sheet? Let me give you another point. Every year you hear EFCC has seized money, has seized homes from people. Go to the budget in report. Do you see EFCC collections in the budget report? You don't. So where's the money? Where's the money?
Yeah. So, but there's also another thing that makes it a little bit curious. They also mentioned mega projects. So are you saying that they're also drawing from, using this method to fund mega projects? Because
it's opaque. It's opaque. And let's do a very good example with the Nigerian Coastal Road. How is the Nigerian Coastal Road being funded? Nobody knows. What we were told was that it's a PPP project. So the developer will bring, is it 80%? Nigeria will bring 20%. That's what we were told, right? The Coastal Road originally, go back to the budget, it wasn't in the budget. No matter what they said it was not in the budget, and someone said it was an error, it was in the budget. They now came back, I was in the budget. Go back, you remember what I'm saying? It wasn't in the budget originally. So the largest single infrastructure project, right, in Nigeria's history, didn't show up in the budget the first time. Then they sort of fixed it. Nigeria has borrowed from Deutsche Bank. I think also borrowed from Dubai for this road. What has the PPP guy brought to the road? Who is funding the road, right? Is it in the budget? Is there a line item that says Coastal Road, money from here? We spent about $1.6 billion. Where did that money come from? Taxes. Right now, it's not clear what's going on in Nigeria. The accounts are not as clean or as structured as it should be. That's what IMF is pointing out. You should have your account so that it's easier for a third party to come in and look at it. They're saying 2% of GDP. That's crazy. 2% of GDP is a lot. Nigeria's GDP was nearly $600 billion. So even if you say now that's about $300 billion, 2% of $300 billion is a lot of money. So it's just transparency and doing things right. That's really where we are on that, really, Chief. I'm not defending them. I'm just giving you exactly what's going on. Most of the things we are doing that we just say this money is going to go to what's the ecological fund. That's what they're talking about. What is ecological fund? This money is going to go to stabilization. What's the stabilization fund? What is that? If you have the law says everything should go to consider revenue fund, then let it go there and then let it be spent from there. But you have all these pet accounts. Even the when we remove fuel subsidy, 100% didn't go to the FAC. Tinubu has an account somewhere that some money goes into from these oil revenues. Is it something infrastructure fund? It's there. The money is going in there. And that's what IMF is saying. All these slush funds, they are all over the place. All right, let's get Alien. Chief, thanks. I was going to come back to Chinonso. Chinonso, like I said, just to come back to you on what I said I wrote, right? The federal government, CBN, right, said that Nigeria's government's borrowing went up by 75% in a year. The government's borrowing has gone up by 75% in a year. This is just 1 year. In 1 month, it went up by nearly nearly 800 billion. This is just 1 month in Nigeria, Chief. So just 1 year. This is from the CBN of Nigeria. And that report was released as at May 2026. So the government borrowing has gone up from about 40 trillion that's gone from 22 trillion to 40 trillion. 22 trillion to 40 trillion in just 1 year. So marry this, so to the everyday you see reports that says Nigerian revenues are going up. Nigerian revenues are going up. Every day you put papers up, they'll tell you customs made record revenues. This one, non-oil export made record revenues. But still, the government is borrowing an increase of 75% year on year from about 22 trillion to about 40 trillion. So again, you ask yourself the question, where is this money going to? If we're making so much money from exports, so much money from taxes, why are we borrowing 75% increase? So that's the point I was making on that one. Alien, how you doing?
Yeah, Kalu, good evening from over here. I just wanted to confirm again, for some of us who are not really into accounting and economics, what we understand or what I understand from what IMF is saying is that 2% of our GDP, that is over 8 trillion naira. It's not really in the budget, and there is no proper documentation for it.
That is true.
And what I believe is that, and after reading Taiwo Yedele's response, Taiwo was saying that according to Nigeria's constitution, they can spend from other sources, they can spend not really within the budget and so on and so forth.
That is true.
But my major question is, and for me, I think that was the big question for me that Taiwo did not answer. As much as 8 trillion, 2% of your GDP, we can't really trace where they are currently too much. And so that is the question. I've tried to listen to those supporters of pro-government people trying to have a balanced. Let me see if I can hear their own reasoning and if it makes sense to me. And that they're already working on all of these things that previously there were ways things were being done, but now the government is trying to make things better and so on and so forth. Taiwo Yedele said it in his message that Tinubu has even stopped concurrent budget cycles or something like that. So I don't know, can you just give us clarity to what is this? Is it our fault, and should Nigerians be worried about this IMF report, or it's just something they just observed that we should not be worried about? So I would like to hear from you. Thank you.
Yeah, so again, it's an accounting issue, right? But the problem is this. That accounting issue creates the avenue for unauthorized spending that is not going through appropriation. That's what's going on. And also, you cannot determine the strength or weakness of Nigerian accounting without knowing the full income and expenditures that then create a deficit. That's what IMF is saying. And I give you a good example. Fuel subsidy does not go through the Nigerian budget. It is paid for by the NNPC. And then where you see the effect is that there's no remittance of monies from the NNPC to FARC. But the actual spending does not happen on Nigerian budget. So if you look at Nigerian budget, you don't see any spending for fuel subsidy. So a president can come and claim and say, wow, you see, I am not spending money on subsidy because it's not in my budget, which is true and false. Yes, it's not in your budget, but NNPC, which is owned by the Federation, is spending money on subsidy and it's not remitting money to the Nigerian budget. So you are telling the truth and you're also not correct in saying you are not spending money on subsidy. Last, I don't know if you are here 2 spaces ago, I told someone here on this space that President Tinubu removed the subsidy. He said subsidy is gone, but Nigeria was still paying subsidy. He was arguing with me. He said he actually left the space. He argued with me. I posted proof to him after the space that we are still paying the subsidy. That's what the IMF is talking about. Because if you don't have a proper inventory of income, then your deficit goes lower. What's the most defense you hear the government folks talking about when you say Nigeria is borrowing too much? What do they say? They'll tell you debt to GDP is low, right? Debt to GDP is low. But if you add all these expenses, then debt to GDP goes much, much higher because we're borrowing more. But we're not capturing those borrowings and that deficit in the budget. Hence, we can say we have a rosy budget, but in reality, there's a very, very thinly funded budget. That's what the IMF is saying. They are not saying the money is stolen or missing, but by doing this transaction outside the budget, you are giving a false picture. The 2026 budget has 3 budgets, 2024, 2025, 2026 in it. So if you say there's a budget surplus 2026, are you referring to 05, 04, or 06? You see what's going on? You see what's going on, Alien? It's hard to nail a government down that is operating 3 budgets at once, that is doing off-balance sheet in funding, including doing a swap deal that's not going to show up on your budget as normal income and normal expenditures. That's that problem. These contingent liabilities that are being created are not being captured. So you cannot have a true picture of the position and health of the Nigerian budget without seeing the full impact of all these swaps, intervention funds, and borrowings that Nigeria is doing. I hope that I helped with that, right? Esther, can you help me out? I see you're a certified accountant. Esther, hi. Dropped off. Chief B, have I been clear enough?
Oh yes, but it's still. I don't think we've heard the last of this. So it's either IMF comes back with a clarification, further clarification that I can say.
IMF is correct too. IMF is correct. There's nothing wrong. IMF is correct. Yeah.
Yeah, but unfortunately, what the tone of the revelation by IMF is really negative. A lot of people who are laymen on the street, an average layman would take it as the 8.83 trillion naira is being stolen, and we don't know where it is. And then he said that way, Dele's explanation does not help as well.
Yeah,
it's a lot of words, just few bullet points.
My brother, I have issues with the way we communicate in Nigeria from the public service. Yesterday, Atiku wrote on this same IMF issue. President Atiku that is running for the president, he wrote on it. He wrote a very, very lengthy statement, and I said, "Sir, no one's going to read this. No one's going to read this. It's too long, and you're not really capturing the essence of what you are against on this. You can take that whole IMF thing and do a 1-minute video. or an infographic, and people will get it instantly. It's not, you know, but if you write, Twitter is not where you go and write a long thesis. That's what Taiwo did. Long, no one's going to read that thesis. You should be able to get an infographic, a video, 1 minute, TikTok video, 1 minute, and you can explain all this. People will do it for you. And if you don't communicate, if you don't do that, no one's going to really understand what it is that you're saying.
Exactly. And then what people say is that if you cannot explain it simple enough, it means you either don't know it enough, or there's something else that we're not aware of. It should be simple. It should be very plain. Like you just explained on this. I'm even a bit more confused because I was very angry just seeing that number, given where we're coming from and all of the issues we already have with this government. To now see that, taxpayers' money, given how aggressive this government has been with taxes, we've seen the tax reforms, we've seen, they even use artificial intelligence now to communicate to people. Once you have some funds going to your account, NRS, I don't know how they do it, they will reach out to you and they will start, asking you all kinds of questions. If to now hear that those monies are not, there are questions around how they are being spent and all of that, we are still dealing with the fraud of, the fictitious agency that all kinds of monies have been, used, to fund. And then we now came out again. So it has to be, I think that Idili should go to channels if they understand it the way you explain it here, and if there's really nothing to worry about apart from the issue of transparency and maybe organizing the budgets, better to reflect the numbers correctly. Just a classification issue. If I'm correct.
It's more than classification. I think it's just the way Nigerians see. Why is Nigeria doing it? It's doing it on purpose to hide and spend. Look at the Petroleum Trust Fund. Was it a good fund or a bad fund? If you ask in Nigeria, was the PTF a good or a bad fund? What do you think? PTF, what's your take on that? PTF? Tell me.
Yeah, I would say it's good now because there was a specific purpose for it.
Okay.
Like to promote training. Training for the to enhance the skills of the oil industry workers. I think.
No. I mean the Petroleum Trust Fund that Buhari did when Nigeria increased fuel subsidies. Nigeria basically said, "Hey, we're going to take money and we're going to create a fund called Petroleum Trust Fund." And that Petroleum Trust Fund was doing a lot of projects in Nigeria. So that's what IMF is talking about. You are duplicating activities. You are duplicating what the Ministry of Finance should be doing. When you do those type of funds, you are overlapping. You are taking money that should go to the budget to create a separate ministry to go and do spending. That spending is not captured back into the budget. It's haphazard. You are doing things that are not accounting wise. That's where they are going to. And I think they are right. So I'm not saying that IMF is wrong. I'm saying that the way it reads, IMF is not there to write things for you to understand. IMF is writing to the government. IMF is doing government to government paper. They're saying, hey, government, we looked at your account and this is what you are doing we don't like. You are making payments from your income off balance sheet. And that distorts the true picture of your economy because your deficit could be higher. But because of the way you are doing it, you are posting a lower deficit because you are borrowing and spending outside the balance sheet. That's what they are saying in reality. So they are not saying the money is missing. But the way you guys are running your government, you are creating the avenues for money to get missing. That's, if I can summarize it that way. If you keep on having funds and funds and funds, then money will get missing because nobody will transfer any fund when they leave office. They will say, okay, this money was used to do this or do that. And that's basically how it gets missing. We've got to be a bit more circumspect with government money. That's what it means. If you have government money, you've got to be more circumspect. Where's the money coming from? Where's the money going to? And we're not doing that as yet. If you guys go back to this whole appropriation thing, you look at this this guy. this fund, Chief, look at the name of this fund. It's the Presidential Economic Advisory Council. That council exists. Do you know that the Presidential Economic Advisory Council exists? President Tinubu set up that council. Yeah, President Tinubu set that council up during when he became president. He created that council. It's a Presidential Economic Advisory Council. But what these guys do, they put a slash. They put a slash Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council. Nigeria already has a investment promotion council. The office is in Abuja. We already have that. My good friend used to head that agency. Did fantastic work. One day, fantastic work in that agency. That agency exists. So what these guys did, they took an existing ministry and added themselves to it. Slash Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council. This guy is, what's he promoting? Who appointed him? See, when you personalize the entire government, look at the entire government around Tinubu. Everyone around Tinubu is either personally known to him or personally known to people that are near him. Everyone around Tinubu. It's a very insular government. That's why this could happen. They've surrounded themselves with people that know themselves or are friends with themselves. That nobody could tell them, hey, this is a problem here. No one is telling the emperor, okay, you don't have any clothes on. The only person that called them out was Minister of Foreign Affairs. Who is the Minister of Foreign Affairs? Can you guess? That's what's going on. If you get all Arsenal fans and you put all Arsenal fans in a room and you ask them, what's the best team in the world? What will they answer? What team will they answer? All Arsenal fans. What will they answer? You've got to have a cabinet and an inner working that people can at least argue with you and say, this is wrong. But this one, they all knew what was going on, so nobody wanted to rock the boat. It's wrong. Right? And that's the problem that they are having. When Buhari was in charge, the entire national security team, not the entire, but the bulk of national security team were from one area. So there was just that insular thinking where all of the NSA was from one area, the chief of this was from one area, everybody was from one area. And they were just there, they didn't want to involve anybody else. And the problem didn't get solved. Now the entire economic team is from one area. And so it's all of this incest, is those who are exchanging ideas, it's just one cabal. So the president is an accountant. How can on an accountant we have this happening where people can come in and just create this? Again, guys, the issue is not this agency. The issue is, how are you sure that every agency that you have today is real? How are you sure that any spending being done today is real? That's the question. The Nigerian Football Federation, we talked about them a space ago. How are you sure all the money they are spending, they're actually spending that money? How are you sure all the entire budget, we're going to spend about 68 trillion. How are you sure that money is actually going to be spent in what is set out for? That's what this has exposed, that there is no oversight in the government, there is no verification, there is no documentation in the executive and legislature. Let's even go down a dangerous path. Does it mean that Boko Haram or a Boko Haram affiliated person could have put their information into the Nigerian budget? Is that what this means? That if one guy could do it for commercial gains, a guy could do it for insidious gains? Is that what they're telling us? That it is possible for a Boko Haram linked agency to open accounts, dump accounts, have a space in the secretariat? How are we sure that's not happening today? Why are we not very aggressive in rooting out and getting to the bottom of this? How long did it take for the government to declare state of emergency in Rivers State and sack the government? This is a bigger issue than Rivers State. This is an issue that has exposed the executive and legislature as running a government without oversight, verification, and documentation. No action has taken place. No special prosecutors have been appointed. No one is leading this. It's like a normal police case. Okay, charge and bill the guy. On an issue as important as this, If it's an issue that involves somebody else, the police are very swift, very, very swift to move in. If this was politics, they would have been very swift to cancel it, to go to court, and all that. But this is now something that affects entire Nigerian government. Everybody's no other official has come out and stated anything. The one that came on Arise said it's 9/11 was quoting 9/11. The guy that came from the political party.
Oh, that guy really annoyed Charles.
Yeah,
Charles was almost slapping him. I mean, you see the problem, what we were complaining about when Taiwo Yedile's team was working in taxi from that time was the fact that I don't think that you are starting at the right place. I think that this kind of loopholes and gaps in our, finance, how we manage funds and all of that is what should have been addressed first. Now you've gone to, everybody's going to be paying money. They are so efficient now in collecting taxes. But look at what they are going to be doing with the taxes that they are going to be collecting. Look at what we're not even sure of anything. This is the challenge.
Yeah, we're not sure of anything. So imagine now, I showed this article to my I have American friends. I showed them. They read it. Then one guy was asking me, okay, the guy is a prince. Maybe it's his father, the king, the other guy was asking me that, okay, but how is it, they can't wrap their head around it. They were like asking me, but how is it possible? I don't think this is possible. It's like a case study. I asked them to do a case study. Is this a real story? They can't wrap their head around it. It doesn't make any sense. And eventually, sometimes on late night television, they laugh at Niger. One time they talked the fake president. And on late night, I think it was Jimmy Kimmel talked about when he went to say about Buhari. The Nigerian president said he's not a fake guy, and we were laughing. So this is the same time when you have people like Cape Verde that are going to get a lot of money because of how they did in the World Cup. You have lots of countries that are doing very, very well internationally, attracting foreign direct investments. Nigeria has to turn a page. Look at what happens in South Africa. You have the government of South Africa saying openly, telling Nigeria that the Nigerian government should come and show them where drug dealers live in South Africa. Saying this is a minister from South Africa saying it openly. There's no respect. They don't fear Nigeria. And you can't fear or respect a country where these things happen. You can't fear or respect a country where stuff like this happens. The people are not interested. One thing why we do this space is to equip the ordinary, in quotes, citizens with information, the right information, so that when you are talking or asking questions, you know exactly what you're asking about. How is this agency fake when they have all this federal status? Okay, what makes them fake and what makes CBN real? Give me the differentiation. No one can differentiate this agency from any other agency that exists today. There is nothing fake about this agency. Absolutely nothing. So we created an agency, tagged it to the presidency to take out money. That's what it is. It's right there. The paper trail is right there in front of us. We have to do better. We have to do better as a country. And it starts from the top. If the president cannot, they called his wife Akara, that his wife was selling Akara. He's already commented on that. He's called his wife Akara. So that means they listen to social media. The president said, I don't listen to social media, but it's not true. He listens to social media. He knows about this going on, but they'll just keep quiet. They won't come out and say anything. The airline guy that did Nigerian Air is still around. He's not arrested. He's still there. The Nigerian refineries, we spent billions to do Nigerian refineries. They are still not working. NNPC is now going to China. All the money that went to refineries, where is it? The lady that was arrested for humanitarian fraud, where is she? The governor that was arrested, that he spent $600,000 from the state money to pay 10 years ahead for his kids, where is he? He's contesting for the Senate today in Nigeria. So when you do all this, right, kids are watching you. Kids are watching. And when I was growing up, you ask any child, what do you want to grow up? Don't you join the army? Why? Because if you join the army, you become governor. Now, army is no longer in office. Before it was, I want to be police, I want to be engineer or doctor. Because those are the professions that you do and you become rich. Now, Kids want to become politicians. I want to become SA. I want to become whatever. I want to become this. You can't have it in a society where half of Nigeria, the kids that are in Nigeria that are out of school, are more than the population of Belgium. The whole of Belgium, if you add them up, the kids out of school in Nigeria are more than the population of Belgium. You can't run a country like that. That's why half the country is possessed by bandits. Everybody's running to Lagos. If Lagos likes, right, let me say it here. If you like, go and build Atlantic City. People will enter it. If you like, build city on Atlantic Ocean, put gates. People will enter it, because you cannot have islands of prosperity amidst lands of despair. You can't say there's one Nigeria, and in that one Nigeria, people can't go to farm because of bandits. Then you sit in Lagos and you build Eco Atlantic and you say it is for rich people. You're wasting your time. They will enter it. If they don't enter nicely, they will enter by force, because you have to make the whole country conducive for everybody. You can't go to Middle Belt. Middle Belt, the name of their number plate is Food Basket of the Federation. That's their number plate, Food Basket. That's where the food is grown. Food inflation is higher in the Middle Belt than in the cities like in Abia. How? Because of insecurity. Farmers can't farm. And you sit in Abuja, Lagos, and you think you're going to be insulated from Nigeria. We are witnessing in real time the breakdown of not just law and order, but of controls and oversight. Law and order, we can see it. You can't, none of you on this space can get into a car today by 9 p.m. and drive from that state you live in to another state. None of you on this space can try it. By 9 p.m., you get into your car and say, I want to drive to another state. None of you can try it. That's the breakdown of law and order. We've seen that. So it's easy to see that one and it's easy to react. You guys just stay at home. But when there's a breakdown in the governance, in oversight, in documentation, before this scandal, I said it here, the 2027 budget, that's just a waste of time. The 2027 budget will be a huge waste of time. We all know it. You know it. I know it. Nothing's going to happen in that budget. This is your last chance to do anything in this budget. 2027 budget is going to be money for politics, whatever they write in that budget. And when we see things like this, can you imagine what will be in 2027 budget? Can you imagine what will be in that budget? 2025 budget, we took 9 trillion and added to the budget to do street lights, hairdressers, and all that. Now we're back. We haven't learned. 2016, Abdulmuni warned Nigerians that the principal officers went to add 40 trillion. 2026, the exact same thing is happening. Nigeria has not learned. We haven't gotten better. If anything, we're getting worse. Guys, we're going to end this space so you guys can go and think. The point is, guys, someone said the elites are the problem. It's not the elites. It's you and I that are the problem. Because we know all these things, but when they give you a loaf of bread, you still go vote for them. When they give you 50K, you still go vote for them. That's where the problem is. This is your money they have stolen. Someone is going to take your money and is going to give you, and still going to vote for him. Until you stop voting for these clowns, nothing will change in the country. There's a state in the southeast that is doing pretty well. Why? Because they just voted a new guy. What is this doing well? He's doing well. He's building road. Is building road doing well? No. But the other guys didn't build road. So he building road is an angel. The day you guys in Nigeria get a president, a real president that is ready to work, it will be like film trick. Because they'll build all these roads in 4 years. There'll be insecurity will go. Rails will be working, you have power. You'll be like, what the? Was this possible? Of course it was possible from day one. But you guys don't want progress. Stop blaming the politicians. You guys don't want progress. Because the president told you, if I don't give you power supply, don't vote for me if I don't give you a good reason. That's what the president told you. This year, many of you are going to go vote for the president. Even then, he has told you don't vote for me. What reason would he give that he didn't give you power? He had the money, he removed subsidy, so he had the money. He had the power, he controls 30 out of 36 states. He's fit and alive. So why couldn't he give you power? Iran still has power after the US has bombed them. So why couldn't he give you power? But you guys are going to go. You're going to vote for not just him. You're going to vote for his party. You're going to vote for everyone associated with him. Then you come back and complain on the space that the elites are the problem. The elites are not the problem. The elites are doing what, that's why they are elites, to take money from you and to make you the way you are. That's why they are elites. Nigerian elites are no different. I read this guy saying that if you go to the market and you take 10 people from the market and you make them senators and you take senators to the market, you will notice no significant change in behavior. It was a foreign guy that said, I don't know where it was, something papers, wiki paper, I don't know where it was. So, but that was the guy said, if you go to Nigeria, you take 10 senators to the marketplace, then take 10 people from the market to the Senate, you would notice no difference in behavior. I don't say, guys, we're not the World Cup. These things are, you don't they show in face to us. There's thing on Twitter that will say, if I make money, there will be signs. Nigeria today is showing you people signs of a failed government. It's showing you signs. You haven't qualified for the World Cup, not because you don't have stars, but because your NFA cannot organize and play matches and win them. He can't pay bonuses, he can't hire bosses, he can't pay for hotels. That's why you're not the World Cup, not because you don't have stars. You have those seamen, you have all these guys. You don't have power supply today, not because there's no money to pay for turbines. Turbines were in the ports. Nigerian port to say pay duty. Is Nigerian ports, are they from Mars? I don't know from Nigeria, but they will hold transformer and say pay duty. You don't have power. Your power minister say you should put your fridge off. That's why he said you have power. You put your fridge off. That was the solution to power. You don't have power. Look at your budget. You can't trust your budget. Nigeria is flashing signs to you that we are failing. We are failing. It's like a nuclear reactor. It's flashing signs. Red light, red light. Your president can remove a governor in a democracy. Your budget, you cannot control your budget. Your president does not control his territory. We have to beg bandits not to kidnap. The other day, we saw a column of bandits going through a police post. They said they were vigilantes with GPMGs, machine guns. So they are giving you signs that this country is flashing red. But people are just sitting in Lagos smoking shisha and saying we are... Guys, don't look at me and I see your emojis. Don't look at me. I'm telling you, it's giving you signs. What's your bond yield? You are borrowing more expensive than Rwanda. You are borrowing 2 trillion every single month in Nigeria in the year 2026. This is minus one. I just said that your borrowing has gone up by 65%. You are borrowing 2 trillion naira every single month. Do you know the budget for capital expenditure in Nigeria when Buhari took over? Do you know the budget? Do you think it was up to 5 trillion? That's what you're borrowing in every single month. 2 trillion. Borrowing to do what? When you borrow your entire budget, 48% is going to pay service debt. You guys, man. Going to service debt. Remember when that guy from when that house finance guy from what's that state in North said you guys are spending too much money in Lagos? What did you guys call him? You guys called him names. I don't know, man. I don't know. Let's go watch soccer. Let's go watch who's playing today. Let's go watch who's playing today, Seth. Let's go watch them play well. But guys, the country is flashing signs for you. Flashing signs for you. Mr. Budget. How are you doing, Mr. Budget? You're going to be our second to last speaker, Mr. Budget. Mr. Budget, you got the line. What's up?
Yeah, I'm fine, Mr. Kalu. How are you?
I'm not doing that well. I'm trying to get angry. That's why I want to switch the space up, because if I get angry, I have to say things that I don't want to regret. But the country's a mess. The country is a mess. It's a mess.
It's understandable that as a Nigerian, you are not doing fine. And when you ask, why are we borrowing? I think Tinubu is borrowing to impoverish Nigerians, because it's unfortunate that all he has borrowed, there is nothing to show for it. Hunger keeps, becoming the order of the day.
I don't know, man.
Insecurity keeps becoming the order of the day. And, there is no sector across this country can you truly look at and say Tinubu has improved. And he has the audacity to even want to come out again.
Why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he? If Tinubu runs today, he's going to win.
I think we will disagree with that aspect of him going to win.
Why would he? Why would he lose? He has cancelled a party that is contesting against him. Did anybody make any noise? No. The
party that he cancelled, I don't think anybody will fault Tinubu because
you are trying to be nice. What I'm telling you that the party that's the quote unquote opposition to him has been cancelled. Did anybody go and talk? No. So why would he lose?
If you look at it, Mr. Kalu, everybody saw the red line. I remember when people were talking of the NDC, a party that was registered by court order.
I don't want to talk. I don't care what happened. I'm telling you that if Mr. Tinubu runs today, what's going to stop him? The people, the same people, the with people.
If you look at it, and as someone that engages with Nigerians across the country, down to the grassroots, the people will have their final say. I know
the people are not serious. Nigerians at the retail level are not serious people. They talk. They are not. So I can give you.
You underestimate what Nigerians can do.
I don't underestimate anybody. I don't underestimate anybody. Nigerians don't have. Look, let me help you. Nigerians don't have water from the public tap. What is Maslow? Let's do Maslow. There is no water from the public tap. There is no cheap food. There is no accommodation. There is no security. There is no power supply. This is Maslow. I didn't say AI. Let me say it again. There's no water. There's no cheap food. There's no accommodation. There's no security. There's no power supply. This is happening today. Not that there will be no water or that there will be... No, I say that from the last, we've not had it. And I'm telling you that these same Nigerians, if you do election today, they will not only vote. If you go online and you say, don't vote, they will abuse your father. Am I right or am I wrong?
Mr. Kalu, I understand where you're coming from. And if you look at it, and I'm coming from a place of, someone that engages with the people. In 2015, we had, in fact, what we have to campaign with against Tinubu today is far, far, far more than what we had to campaign against Goodluck in 2015.
I'm laughing.
Look at the sufferings of Nigerians.
Kilo, I see you. You talk next. I see you. Talk next. I'm laughing. And you're an honest guy. Budget, you're an honest guy. So I know you. I know from your voice. I know who you are. You're an honest guy. I'm not saying what you are saying. You are being stupid or you are being naive. I'm telling you that the reality of Nigeria is that nothing is going to change. I can write election results for you. I can write the 2027 election for you. I can tell you what states are going to be won and lost. Should I do it? I can do it and post it. I will do it for you.
Okay, let's do that here. So that
it's a waste of time. It's a waste of time. How can people that can...
when many people make the mistake is thinking the variables that played out in 2023 will still play out in 2027. In fact, 2027 is a whole different ball game.
Okay.
In 2023, people still gave Tinubu the benefit of the doubt. Master strategies. He built Lagos, blah, blah, blah. Today, Nigerians have tested Tinubu, have tried Tinubu, And the verdict will be very clear in 2027. I'm telling you
this. Let me
end
with this. So let me end with you. I saw a video of a town in Kwara. It's a popular town. I think it's Ifele. I'm not sure. I don't give you wrong information. A video. This was the Nigerian police went to a town in Kwara. The entire town was disaster. I've not seen that in my life before. There was no goat, no chicken, no human in the end. And when I mean town, I mean built up town. There was not a soul. The police were like, what? It was like a horror movie, like Hollywood do a horror movie show. Nobody in that town. None. They've all run away because of kidnappers.
Mr. Kalu, let me
hold up. I can bet with my left kidney. If you hold elections in that town, they're going to vote for somebody that I know, and I'll not quote his name. I can bet my left kidney that if you hold elections in that town, they will vote for someone. I'm ready to, my left kidney, and I'm right. You can say what you want to say, but you know I am right. Let me get Kilo in here. Kilo, hop in here, Kilo. Kilo, we're really talking about the whole issue about this budget thing. I know you have your views, but yes, feel free to ventilate as it may.
I didn't even make my submission, Mr. Kalu.
What else are you going to submit now?
No, now you kept on interrupting.
I apologize. Submit. Take a minute and submit. I apologize. Take a minute or two and submit. Kilo, hold on. Go ahead.
Okay, you see, there is this illusion that Tinubu has tried to, create, in the past 3 years he was in government, to show Nigerians, he's now the Alpha Omega and cannot be touched or cannot be removed, which is a very big lie. If he likes, let him carry the whole 36 governors and the FCT. He's not going to change the verdict of, no confidence in him that Nigerians are going to deliver in 2027. And a lot of times when we make this statement, people think, it is coming from a point of we don't like Tinubu. No, it's the reality on ground. If you go and do any grassroots mobilization today, before you tell any Nigerian the problem in the country, he's telling you 99 plus 99, problems that he's currently facing. And of course, election, you can only rig where you are popular. Of course, Tinubu will rig in some places, but I guarantee you that he's going to fail woefully or massively in a lot of places, especially in the north. If you go today, even the Muslim ticket that he got, some votes in the north for in 2023, is not more possible because even the clerics in the north now have now seen the body language of the people. We are seeing APC members and people from the APC government being beaten by their constituents because they have failed their people. So anybody that thinks, Tinubu will come and win the election on a platter of gold does not know what is happening in this country today. This is the bitter reality. Nigerians are suffering. The insecurity is beyond imagination. The death toll, every single day you hear death upon death, kidnappings upon kidnappings. And it is going to be very, very telling on how Nigerians will vote in 2027.
Okay.
If anybody thinks, you give money and they collect and vote. I remember 2015, how we mobilized. Those that came with money from PDP, we gave the people and they voted PDP out.
Okay, I think I've given you. I've been fair. Again, I'm not going to say you are right or wrong. They say in the end, November is tomorrow. We'll see. The elections are going to be held next year. We shall see. No one knows tomorrow. No one knows tomorrow.
It's not more far.
No one knows tomorrow.
6 months.
No one knows tomorrow. So I hear you. And like I said, I've given you my own views, and you've given me your views. In the end, Nigerians will say who was right or wrong. In the end, right? Let's get Kilo. Kilo, please feel free to ventilate.
Hello, Kalu. Thank you for having me. Since today we are going to get political, I think I'm going to say some incredibly unpopular things about democracy in Nigeria and in Africa, generally speaking. The truth is this: democracy in Nigeria has failed. I know you are saying vote new people, vote this, vote that. In 2015, when Northerners were telling us, oh, say Baba, this is incorruptible, blah, 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 blah. He got into office, what happened? The insecurity got worse. A lot of the Northerners complaining today, saying, oh, Tinubu is this, Tinubu is that, blah, 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 blah. A lot of them kept quiet. Now Tinubu has gotten it. He's saying he's going to bring competence, everything. What happened? The insecurity has gotten even worse compared to Buhari. Although you could make some case that, in a sense, that there's some aspects in which Tinubu and maybe Buhari did a bit better, in the sense that, so compared to Jonathan, in the sense that you are not having entire states that are essentially under the armed control of Boko Haram. But still, those places are still being controlled by bandits and all sorts of terrorist groups that are not necessarily Boko Haram. So the truth is this: the next people that will come, whether it is the people that they are the online warriors of a specific candidate that will insult you if you say X, Y, Z, when he gets into office, Nigeria is going to humble him. When it is, if it is the ex-governor, the ex-Adamawa governor that also gets in there, Nigeria is going to humble him. See, the truth is that Nigeria fundamentally is a broken state. It doesn't, like, if you look to the sweep of Nigeria's history, from the First Republic down to Gowon, Obasanjo, Second Republic, even the quote-unquote terrible people like Babangida, First Republic, Abacha, and whatnot. Nigeria on a normal day is an ungovernable country. On a normal day. When you now have extreme crisis, it is simply like you can't really steady the ship of the state. Now you bring in a system like that. Okay, yes, you are telling the people atop the deck of the ship, but the ship itself is fundamentally broken. That's what I'm saying when I say this thing about democracy has failed in Nigeria. I know a lot of Nigerians don't want to hear it. We want to believe it is just bringing new people and everything. See, I keep on saying this. If you look at the way development happened in the West, in countries that are actually developed, it's not this nonsense narrative you hear from NGOs. NGOs will go about and tell you it's good governance, good governance, good governance. Go and check their history. I'm talking of the US in the 19th century, when you had rich people that could bribe government officials to break up a strike. Sometimes they will shoot protesters, kill them. Or are we talking of the railroad industry, with bribing of congressmen, wholesale bribing of Congress, even presidents who were being bought. Even today in the US, you can still bribe Congress people. You can still bribe the presidents. At least we heard about what Trump has made in the first 1 year of his state government. So the thing is, this narrative about good governance, we should have competitive political system, all those things sound good. But the truth is, in Nigerian setting, if you put all those people in, you will fail. Have we ever wondered why is it that we've had
Kilo, let me ask Kilo.
15 people?
Clear.
Wait, I want to say this. Why is it that we've had 15 people that have won the state? And out of those 15, we could only call maybe 2, 3 of them that have really succeeded. Is it that all of them are so terrible? Or is it that the state itself is fundamentally broken? See, all these things that we are telling ourselves about how, if you bring this person, this thing will change. It will not change. Because there are many other dynamics that are going on.
I want to ask you a question.
The president cannot necessarily stop.
Clear, what do you think if you were a genie, what do you think? Maybe one or two things you could change the country. Democracy has failed. Okay, where should we go to?
For me, my own solution when it comes to all of these things, and it's going to be unpopular with everybody. We need a situation of running the country by experts. This idea that you are doing elections every 4 years, 5 years, 7 years. If I was a dictator and let's say I had the chance to put people, we will remove elections for like maybe 15 to 20 years. We will run the country based on experts. So the person that is going to be the Minister of Education is going to be somebody with a seasoning. It is not going to be because you come from a specific ethnic group or you want to fill a quota of national character. Because the truth is, if you put people of a specific ethnic group and they fail, you fail the whole country. But of course, we have no representation, so everybody feels good about it. So if the person that's going to be state security service person is going to be somebody who is deep in security. And they are immune from unnecessary political
but clearly you can get that in a democracy. So it's not a democracy itself that's failed.
You cannot get it in democracy, unfortunately. In this country, you can't.
No,
because if you do
why not?
All you'll be getting, because see, first of all, we have all forgotten how big Obasanjo's first cabinet was in 1999 to 2003. That they had how many ministries and everything because you want representation in government.
No, but I'm just asking. I'm asking that why do you think you can't capture this in a democracy? Why?
Because at some point, some people will tell you are marginalized. See, Buhari is probably Buhari and Shagari are probably the two most incorruptible and two most personally upstanding people that we've ever had in Nigeria. But they are some of the worst and the most inept people that have ever run the government in the country. Why? Because you had Buhari's situation. You have people in the north now that are complaining over the marginalization of specific ethnic groups in the north because of the way Buhari did this appointment. We're not talking of the south. People in the south are already complaining that Buhari did not put Southern nothing because he did not do this, did not do that. See, the thing is, in the democracy, you cannot. There are many difficult decisions that Nigeria needs to make that will never be made under this current system.
I hear you. See, what I'm trying to say is this, right? There is nothing that cannot be done in and out. I don't think it's the system that we're running. Is it the people?
Let me ask you this question. Why is it that if you look through the strip of Western economic development history, you look at the US, you look at Britain, you even look at Switzerland. Why is it that right from it, they only really became democracies after they are developed? They were not democracies and then they developed. And anybody that wants to come and start the argument about the US was a democracy by 1920 something, no. The US became a democracy in 1963 with the Voting Rights Act. Because that was when Native Americans and black people could actually vote.
Does it take a democracy to fix a road, provide clean drinking water, provide power supply?
You need a functional state.
So,
and unfortunately,
so it doesn't
in
take.
In a lot of African countries and Nigeria, we don't have functional states.
So it's not. I hear you, but it's not the government that you run that means that you have clean drinking water, functional roads, and good schools. I can run a communist style of government, a monarchy, a democracy, and still have clean drinking water. Abi?
You could in theory, but let's ask ourselves this question. Look at Africa today. Which country in Africa would you say, wow, yes, they've really developed as a country in Africa over the last 15 to 20 years? There's only one country you can really point to.
Which one?
Morocco. Morocco is not a democracy. Morocco is a glorified monarchy.
Tunisia. No, I can give you Tunisia, Algeria, Cote d'Ivoire, even Ghana that defaulted. I can give you Ghana, where they were. Ghanaians, my teacher was a Ghanaian.
I agree with Ghana. Tunisia
So,
is not a democracy.
Namibia
I
is.
don't call Namibia as a developed African country that's really developed. even South Africa, that is.
Leave those. Don't call those people here. Don't call those people here. I mean, it's clear. The point I'm making is that I'm saying that I don't want us to get into the trap of thinking that if we get rid of democracy, we'll have clean water. We've had the military.
No, see,
Clear, let me make a point. Clear, let me make a point. The military, in my view, did more infrastructure than the civilians.
Yes. They did more development than democracy. Let's not lie about it here. I'm saying, oh, democracy has brought it. No, the terminal bridge you are driving on is the military that did it.
Okay.
The ports that you did is the military that did it.
Okay. I hear.
The schools, the universities have been the military that did it.
Yeah, I hear. So someone said, Kalu, want to go and watch World Cup. I hear you. So I'm going to wind down very soon. I completely hear you. Let me get Oscar, then we'll talk. Clear, I appreciate it. I mean, like, again, we can ventilate all we want. I think your issues are well taken. Like I ventilated before you. And I think that there's a breakdown in Nigeria. The red lights are flashing. And I'm making this point again. You cannot build your own island in a sea of despair. You can't build something on the Atlantic Ocean to separate yourself from Nigeria. It will not work. Best you have water for everybody than champagne for a few. That's what Sankara said. Let me get, wait, Oscar, go ahead, please, Oscar.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, everybody. Kilo, I want to say Nigeria failed democracy. Democracy did not fail Nigeria.
I agree to that statement. I agree with that.
First and foremost, the Bible says, if the foundation be destroyed, what can the righteous do? And the lawyer will say, you don't build on nothing. The constitution that governs the Nigeria, is it from the Nigeria? It's by some set of people, military, that put it in place. Every society that must be governed by law. It is leadership. Leadership is the one that is failing. It's not the kind of policy we engage in. There is nothing wrong in the policy, but the people that manage the policy. First and foremost, Nigerian problem is complex in the sense that the foundation of the problem is the constitution that is governing us. It does not emanate from the people.
Clock it.
So that is really the problem, and that is the basic foundation. It is not me and you that sit down and craft how we want to be governed. The last time Nigerians sit down and craft how they want to be governed was 1963 Constitution. After independence, they sit down in 1963 and they drafted their constitution. And that is where you can see in history the best development that have ever happened was that period. And since then, when the military take over in 66, they are still running that same kind of policy. And that is where our problem is. If you can go back to that 1963 constitution, dust it, re-amend it, look it, and let's dictate how we want to be governed. If I'm from Edo State, how do I want to be governed? If I'm from Yoruba State, how do I want to be governed? Let's sit down and let everybody come to the table and put down his own ideology, everybody, then we bring it, we harmonize it, and we follow it to letter. That has been our problem. And there will be no solution. And that is it, except we go back to that 1963
Oscar, I agree with you in principle, but I don't think we have to go back to anything. We just do your job going forward. Again, I asked the question, without the 1963 Constitution, can Nigeria get clean drinking water from public taps? Without the 1963 Constitution, yes or no?
Yes and no. Yes, in the sense that Maxwell said everything rises and falls on leadership. If you have a leader with a vision, sense of purpose, it is yes. But the no is that leader will have to operate on a system. With that system not fighting back.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that, I know in America, no matter who the president is, even in New York that they have a socialist mayor, or in Kentucky where they have a high right-wing mayor, the bosses, the yellow bosses, by 6:30 are picking up children. The taps have clean water. 911 works. I'm asking, do we have to go back to the Constitution so that we can have clean drinking water, roads that are not pothole free, and schools that work? It looks like we're giving ourselves a huge task. What is hard in fixing a road or giving clean water? Exactly what is hard? What is hard there?
Yes, we don't need to go. It's not hard. We don't need to go back to it. But you cannot build something good on a corrupt system.
But why can't you build clean water on a corrupt system? So India is corrupt. Russia is corrupt. Brazil is corrupt. Mexico is corrupt. But they also have clean water. They have clean water in those countries.
It's an institution that hates those things to
Is
go
it?
on.
Does an institution you need an institution to generate clean drinking water?
No, you don't need it. If a leader that wants to do it and the institution will drag the person back, that is what I'm saying. The institution, the system.
Why will an institution drag someone providing clean drinking water back?
Okay, let me use an analogy like what Jesus said. Sorry, as a Christian, he said they are in the world, but they are not of the world. Meaning that if you are in the system, there is a way the system can influence any good thing you want to do.
Okay.
So that is the problem.
All right, we gotta go.
One in a million.
Oscar, I'm not putting you on the spot. I'm just using you to go back and forth. I'm not saying you are right or wrong. I'm just communicating with you. I hear you. Nigerians hear you. Many people hear you. They agree with you. Some people might disagree with you. But the point I want to end with, I just want to end the session, right, by saying that Nigeria has got very simple problems. In the US, they have a problem of climate change. They have a problem of female in men's sport. They have a problem of the esoteric problems. We have very, very simple problems. We have problem of clean water, cheap food, security, education, power. With the problems we have are what the basic human needs. And I'm making the point that we don't need constitution or the military or change this or change that to generate these things. We simply need to generate them. It's not hard. We had them before. I grew up in Nigeria where there was water from the public tap, where federal schools were elite schools. If you went to FGC, you were going to the best school in Nigeria at that time. I grew up in that country. The school I went to in Nigeria, secondary school, they did not take power for 4 years. It was in the north. They didn't take power for 4 years. I grew up in that country. The university I went to Nigeria, I paid 600 naira for 5 years tuition, and I paid another 600 naira for 5 years accommodation. The same Nigeria. So it's not impossible. And I've stayed under military regimes and civilian regimes. So I'm not saying I'm saying that today, the difference in my view is not that the leadership has changed. The people have changed. What was SAP riot about? Why don't we, and that's a stupid example, but the people that were around in Nigeria during SAP riot won't take what was going on today. They won't take it. Abba riot, they won't take it, all that kind of stuff. People today have become a bit more, they're making excuses for lack of water. Oh, our man is in charge. It's our turn to eat, like they said that Kenyan book. It's our turn to eat. Don't rock the boat. When you become president, you can also do for your country or for your people. Go to court. All these we are waving away incompetence, and politicians are smarter than the electorate. So when the politician sees you and knows that if he steals money, all he has to say is that I'm stealing money from my people, and he's cleared. That's what's going on. If I steal money today, I say, oh, I'm stealing money because I want to help the Igbo race. End of story. You can't touch me again. I've clothed myself in tribe and religion, and that's what's going on. That's the difference. It's not the democracy or the military or the people. I think it's the citizens, the guys that are now being governed, have allowed this to go on. They've allowed it. And we can argue from here till next year. We are the enablers. When you go to drug counseling, they will tell you if your son or your daughter is doing drugs, they will tell you, allow that son or that daughter to fall to the rock bottom. Don't help them. If you help them, you are prolonging the descent. When they go to the rock bottom, that's when you can help them. It's in the Bible. The prodigal son, he had to go to the rock bottom and eat what the pigs were eating. And he now said, the Bible said he came to himself. Nigerians are not going to the rock bottom. Where we are going, they give us 50K for rice. They give you a bag of rice. they give you AI, they give you coastal road. So we're not falling to rock bottom. Because we're not the rock bottom, we're not responding. So Nigerians have to get to the rock bottom so they can actually open their eyes and say, hang on a minute. How is it that the echo, I don't think that they'll say I'm picking on them, but how is it that there are rich people in Nigeria with private jets and my son is getting a loan to get an education and we're praising it? We are praising loans to the youth of Nigeria as a campaign win. I went to school 600 naira for 5 years. Google it. Tuition, I paid 600 naira for 5 years. 5 years, of course, as a strike. I paid 600 naira. Today, they are giving kids loan of 100,000, same country, and it's a campaign promise. So until the people of Nigeria get to rock bottom, nothing will change. They are still, they have to come to themselves. When they come to themselves, things will change. I have to just add Folake to speak real quick, and then we'll go. Folake, real quick. Yeah, go for it, Folake. Folake, real quick, yeah?
Okay, hi, Kalu. Good evening. I actually requested to speak specifically about what you just said now, the loan thing. For me, I think it has always really baffled me a little bit whenever I think about the sort of like, I don't know, negative feedback about the loan situation. For me, where I come from, an interest-free loan is basically free money. If someone is freeing up your capital so that you can do other things with it, that's a gift. It's not like a loan that you're going to pay interest on. So what's the issue?
Well, it's a loan. It's not interest-free grant. It's a loan. You're going to pay it back. That's one.
Yeah, but if you took the 60,000 naira you're supposed to pay for your school fees and you put it in your piggy vest, you'll earn interest on that money.
They're not giving you the cash. I think they're giving it to the school, number one.
That's what I'm saying. That if I was a student and I had 60,000, if somebody frees up your capital, that's never a bad
thing. Why are you paying for school? That's the first question. Why are you paying for school?
So for me, I think this idea that everything needs to be free.
But it was free. It was free for me. I'm a Nigerian. Why isn't it free for you?
What was the population of
What was the income back then?
What was the income back then? So one of the issues that I think when we oversimplify conversations is that you need to compare several factors. You need to compare the population, the amount of people in the school.
When I went to university, there was no VAT. And I went to university, the government paid for my education. That's why I only paid 600 naira. Today, there's VAT. The government is making trillions from VAT. Why can't they use the VAT and pay for education?
Okay, so kind of right. This is for me. It's like the maths. Are you struggling with the maths? Like, think about it. You're saying that a government wasn't collecting VAT and was sending you to school for free. Yeah. So what you're saying is that you are living in a low tax country where the education was subsidized, and you do not see how that results in a future where a state is overstretched financially.
So today, what's happened today?
One second, right? Let me just land my point. Basic education in Nigeria is free, as it should be. But tertiary education is not supposed to be free. If you compare it with the rest of the world, you compare to what people pay in America and these countries that we look up to, you see that there is a massive gap in the amount that is being paid. On one end, we say we want the education to be better. On another end, we say we do not also want to pay. On one end, we say we want the government to do better. On another end, we also do not want to pay taxes. I'm very confused as to what sort of.
I'll help your confusion.
We're running here.
When I went to university, the government revenues were lower, and yet they paid for my education. Today, the government's revenues
You
are.
answered how that was sustainable.
But
Something is
now you're interrupting me.
Okay.
I said
I mean,
I said that back then, when I went to university, there was no VAT. The point I was making was that the revenues of the federal government were lower back then, and they could afford to send me to university for free. Today, the government revenues. You are still interrupting me. Today, the revenues of the federal government are higher, and yet they cannot send me to university for free. You are asking me to explain that. So if my father, have you read the loan? Have you read the loan, educational loan requirements? Have you read it? I have to bring a surety to get a loan. If my father knows nobody, if I'm from a poor village, I have to take a loan to go to university. Chief Obafemi Awolowo, did he give anybody loans to go to school? Do we take loans in the US to go to school? Are schools not free? The college, state-owned colleges, are not free? Even Harvard today, tuition scrapped. Most schools scrapped. In the next 10 years, education tuition in America will be totally scrapped. Do they take loans to go to schools in the UK? What are you arguing? Do they pay for loans in China? The only investment a government can make and be guaranteed, not my words, guaranteed 100% return is education. There is no developed nation on earth since the world was created that did not invest not just in education, but free education. Google it. And you are arguing that we should clap for the government that says that the children of the poor should go and get a loan to go to school. Do the children of the rich take loans to buy what they are buying for free? Do they take loans to buy fuel? What is your argument here?
Okay, can you allow me speak? Give me a moment. Let me speak, please. I think I think you've made a very bad argument. So if we're looking at this blankly, just the numbers, your argument proves my point, not the other way around. You're saying that my ability to pay for something now means I can afford it. That's not the meaning of being able to afford something. You afford something if you're able to sustainably pay for that thing. If I'm earning 20,000 naira and I use entire 20,000 naira for rent, doesn't mean I can afford to pay 20,000 naira. It simply means that I've made a bad financial decision. Subsidizing primary basic education is a solid and important investment. However, tertiary investment, education as an investment is debatable if you're going to do it for free. Here's why. I'll give you an example. Many people in Nigeria don't appreciate the tertiary education that they got for heavily subsidized fees. It's only when people want to make arguments about how in their time it was cheaper that they bring it up. A doctor will be in Nigeria, go to University of Lorry, Badon, Ife, wherever, and study medicine for less than $100 a year. And then when that doctor japas and goes for where they're paying doctors better, which is fair enough, they don't say, oh, my country gave me this education and I'm grateful. Too bad I can't practice at home. Like I said, nobody's going to pull them for that. But they end up saying things like, Nigeria never did anything for me, because they do not see this heavily subsidized tertiary education as something. I think when you say that tertiary education in the United States, in the United Kingdom is free, I don't know maybe where you're getting that information from. It's not free. Students pay tuition, heavy tuition in
college education is free in the United States. If you go to your state college, it is free. That's where I get information from. I can give you.
No, it's not. It's not.
Okay.
You can go and research that, please.
All right, no problem. Let me ask you a question, Folake. Folake, let me ask you a question. Folake,
let me round up. Sorry, I'm heading somewhere with my point. It's not free in any of these countries we look up to. The closest in terms of cheapness, I think, in the Western world is Germany. And even Germany, they pay some fees that are still more expensive than what we're going to be paying in Nigeria.
Okay.
And I just want to say something about taxation.
Folake, I need to ask you a question because we're going back and forth. I'm not going to agree with me. So I want you to give me. I'm going to ask you a question.
No,
apart from,
agree,
hold on,
right?
Folake, apart from security, right? Give me something that is more important for the government to spend money on than education, apart from security.
Kalu, you're not going to convince me or convince anybody who thinks about it deeply, right? You're not going to convince me that cheap education for tertiary levels, where people are routinely going on ASU strike, where the government cannot afford to keep up, where the education...
You are filibustering. It's a simple question. It's a simple question. You are filibustering. It's a simple question.
So Kalu,
you don't have to answer yes or no. I've asked you a simple question. Remove security. Tell me where the government, what primary, secondary, tertiary, remove security. Tell me what else is more important to any government than education. Tell me. I wait.
So when you ask me the question, will you give me a chance to answer the question? I'm not a very combative person, so the speaking over is a lot. Let's hear each other speak, right? You asked me a question. Can I answer the question? The question you asked me, I already answered it. I said primary education, basic education is important. But tertiary education, which is we have in Nigeria a lot of educated, illiterate graduates, right? And it creates a problem in the employment market.
I've asked you a simple question. I want you to give me an answer. I'm not being combative. I'm asking you a simple question. Apart from security, where else do you think it's more important for the government to spend tax dollars on than primary, secondary, and tertiary? Give me the answer.
I already answered that question. I said primary and secondary should be free, but not tertiary education.
So where should they spend the money? Where should they spend this money? Where else? Tell me.
On other things like infrastructure. Infrastructure is so important because it's what makes a nation a nation.
Fantastic.
If you can connect Kano to Lagos, you can connect Lagos to Ogun State.
Fantastic.
You can connect Oyo to Enugu. And
so if I had $1 million, I should connect infrastructure and only train primary and secondary, right? For free, correct?
Yeah, for free. Yeah, absolutely correct.
Then get the Go ahead.
Tertiary education, it's not a right. Tertiary education should be for people who absolutely want to go to school. And if they cannot afford it, the loan situation is a good way for them to afford it. But the math has to math. Our universities deserve investment going back into them.
Okay.
Our universities and our lecturers deserve to be well paid.
Fantastic.
The education in our tertiary education can be significantly improved if the finance and the economics is right.
Fantastic.
Right now, you saying that you paid you barely paid any money for it in your time. Good, lucky you, but it's not sustainable.
Okay,
that's
fantastic. So, do you know how much Nigeria is going to spend in 2026? Folake?
Our entire budget.
The federal government. Do you know how much the federal government is going to spend in 2026?
I think
68 trillion. 68 trillion.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know how much they spend in 2025? 54 trillion. Okay, so what I'm trying to get is this, right? You are saying from 68 trillion, the Federation of Nigeria cannot find the funds to train all the students in the primary, secondary, and tertiary from 68 trillion. But we can find...
It's a little amount.
No, that's... Okay, but we can, from this 68 trillion, we can pay for the National Assembly wardrobe allowance. We can pay for the private jet fuel fleet of the president. But tertiary education, which is your issue, We can't afford to make that free. We can't. But we can. Today we're talking about the space is about 1.2 billion that was going to be blown into the wind by fraud. 1.2 billion gone. We're going to borrow 15 trillion this year. 15 trillion officially. 2 trillion a month. What you're telling me is that all these monies we are making, we cannot take from this money to pay for the tertiary, the university education of Nigerian people. We can't. In Brazil, they have an oil field. Their oil field is salt. They call it the salt oil fields. They took 100% of the royalties from their salt oil fields, 100% of the royalties to health and education. Nigeria is now going to Brazil to import grass. These things have a consequence. When China went to develop, they did not build infrastructure first. The Chinese faced food and education at the rural areas. They educated everybody for free. Only then did they ask the British and the Westerns to come to the coast and create cluster cities at the coast, where the educated Chinese could then go and work, learn the skills, and then create the Chinese versions in the hinterland. If you do not educate the tertiary population, the folks that can actually go out and create this mass of jobs, and you say they should go and educate themselves, you are copying societies like in the UK that the family has the money to afford tertiary education. Who else in my tiny village can afford to go to university if they are not sponsored by the government? Have you thought about that? You are saying that the tertiary, so in the villages across Nigeria, all those families that were earning 7,000 naira a month, they will sell corn and they will send their children to University of Nigeria. How is that possible without government help? Do you know how many poor kids were in my class that was their first time in their life to go to university? How many poor kids that Chief Abat Molowo gave secondary education to? We can't be debating this. We can't. You can't come and tell me a nation is going to spend 68 trillion cannot educate. This is not all tertiary schools. Federal schools. We cannot have free education. It's in the Constitution. It's the only expense in the Constitution. The government of Nigeria should give you primary, secondary, and tertiary education. It's in the Constitution of this country. The people that put it there know why they put it there. We can't be having this argument. We're being sophisticated. We can't be. Finally, I tell you, name the country for me that has developed, grown infrastructure, grown medical sciences without a corresponding education budget increase. There is no country on earth. None. Iran, go look at the education budget. China, go look at it. India, go look at it. While we're here debating, your issue with me today is that we should not spend money on tertiary education. For like, I'm not going to have this argument. You can say what you want to say. We're not going to have this argument. I'm sorry.
Okay, so for me, Kalu, what I find is that I don't know how you're not saying that what you're saying is self-contradictory. My point, I'm making a point about the economics. The 2 + 2 = 4. The free tertiary education thing, we've tried it out. It's not working. There needs to be a sustainable way for the educations to recoup, for the tertiary education, for the universities, for them to recoup money so the money can be invested back in these institutions. This fund has been created for people who do not have money.
Education can't. Education. No, you're not. No. Hang on. I don't let you do that. Education is not a business. It's not a business. If you say that you want University of Nigeria to be a business and they bill each student the cost to educate them, they can't afford it. Harvard today is free because they have an endowment fund that they built up over the years. That's why they can afford to offer scholarships, quote unquote, free. We can't, you are picking ideas that are written online and you're bringing it into an argument. What am I saying? A developing nation should subsidize education. You're saying no. Okay, what should they subsidize? Tell me what you should subsidize. You can't answer that question too. If we don't subsidize education, what should we subsidize? What is Nigeria subsidizing today for a poor youth?
Kalu, are you listening to me to argue with me, or are you listening to me?
My dear, you are using big words on me. I don't understand big words. I'm telling you, I'm asking you very, very simple questions. You're not answering, and we're taking too much time for like we're taking too much time.
Kalu, see, there's a difference between a simple question and a simplistic one.
Stop
right?
saying all this round around. Go straight to the point. Stop all this interrupt me. Go straight to the point.
So, Kalu, if what you're asking me is that you're saying that there are poor people who can afford things, and you went on and on about how poor people can afford tertiary education, then you're also in the same vein berating a loan that grants people access, people of all different economic classes, access to tertiary education.
Because it should be free.
They only, an interest-free loan, an interest-free loan.
It's a loan, it's not free.
They only get to pay back an interest-free loan on subsidized education.
It should be free, not a loan.
Even the current fees are subsidized. You're asking for
it should be free.
Loan. Before the nail fund came to be, there were still people who could not afford.
Why is it a loan? The cars that they just get, is it a loan? Do they take those cars home with them? Yes, they take the cars home with them.
So here's why I said your point is simplistic.
My point is that Nigeria has got a spending problem. We should be prioritizing education of the youth. That's an investment. The only investment you have. We are building airports across Nigeria. Those things are a waste. We should take the money and educate children for free. You are being sophisticated. You are saying that with the government of Nigeria that's going to spend 68 trillion cannot write off the loans of kids.
So why do you keep repeating 68 trillion like it's supposed to mean something?
I'm sorry.
It's irrelevant when you divide it. So how do you know if a budget is sizable and sufficient?
I'm sorry.
You divide it by the
nothing.
population and you divide it by the need. When you divide the government's revenue per capita, when you divide the actual budget by population, that is how much is actually going to each Nigerian citizen, you realize that 68 trillion is nothing. It's
but
so
when the government had when the government had a lower budget, lower revenues, I went to university for free. You keep on going back to the budget. The government of Nigeria
has, for everybody in the room, right? Listen.
The government of Nigeria with a lower budget educated me for free. If you like, argue. If you like, argue, and I'm interrupting you. Tell me what the government of Nigeria today is giving to young people today. The people that are removing this subsidy of education, their parents paid 50 kobo to eat in university. How much did they pay Chief Awolowo when he could learn for free? How much did they pay him? Today, you want to take a loan. In America, you paid to go to Harvard when they started. Today, Harvard is free. Why? They built up an endowment. Now the endowment funds pay the tuition. It's the same with all societies. You go from high cost to low cost, from educating the elites to educating the poor. Nigeria is doing the reverse. We educated the poor. Now all the elites can go to school. It's the reverse. It's an abomination. You cannot tell children that they have to take a loan to go to school. You call it's a grant. It's a loan. They're going to pay it back. And if they don't pay it back, it's there in the law what the consequences are. Why can't the government pay for their loan off? How much is the loan? How much is it? What is AMCON? What is AMCON? Is that not loans of banks? What is going on there? I'm a finance person. The government is making excess revenues. Don't we hear it every day? Budget foreign reserves is $50 billion. What's the oil price today? What's the oil benchmark? And you are telling me that they could not even take this oil benchmark and say, we're going to do a one-time write-off and pay all the students loan. They must take a loan to go to university because the population is more. So how come in lower population of my lower population, I went to school for free? What are the poor getting? Subsidy is gone. Water is not available. Food is expensive. Then education on top. They should take loan to go to school because we can speak English. Come on, man. Guys, we gotta go. We gotta go. I'll let you guys go for the. We gotta go.
Hello. I don't know what Folake is all about. I don't know. But UNESCO said 26% of the budget.
I asked that question. I'm asking that question. The boy says 68 trillion. Is UNESCO mad? They don't have sense in UNESCO. But no, we should.
Taboo to pay. I asked my lecturer, I'm an economist by God's grace. I finished from university. I asked my lecturer, among all the resources, which one is the best resource? He said, human capital development. Without education, no country goes nowhere. I will also say, educate the people, and they will liberate the nation. If you like, build 100 billion coastal road, turn the whole road, all the street to coastal road, and there is no education. By her
argument, Awolowo should have only educated primary 1 to 3. Because there's no money now. There's population. How was Awolowo's budget? Did he have enough? Do you know how this man went into debt? Have you guys understood how Awolowo paid for this education? He didn't have to. He didn't have to. He did it. Eastern region copied him. Look at the poverty map of Nigeria today. The states that invest in education have a higher GDP and lower poverty. Look at the map. It's right there in front of you. I've given you country after country. China, Brazil, country after country. You can say anything you want to say. You can personalize it to me and say, I'm not understand what you're saying. But you can't come on social media and make this argument that this is not a poor country. Nigeria, you can say it's because it's my space. That's why I'm muting you now, because my space. Listen, Nigeria is not a poor country. For like I'll mute you again. It's like you said, it's my space. Nigeria is not a poor country. End of story. Because not a poor country, we are making wrong choice. It's like I'm a father. I have kids. My kids say they want chocolate. I buy them. My kids say they want vegetables. I don't buy it for them. How am I deceiving? We are not a poor country. How much is the income from Nigerian liquefied natural gas? Brazil that took 100% of their royalties to allocate to health education. Are they stupid? Let's go and tell Brazil that no, we can't. You don't pay for tertiary. Brazil, don't pay for tertiary because pay for primary and secondary. Don't pay for tertiary. You are arguing that schools in America are not free. College school, most of the colleges in America are tuition free to residents. Most of the colleges, state-owned colleges in America, tuition free. Most of them. Google it. Some you pay, some you don't pay. They are moving towards scrapping tuition totally. Harvard today, tuition free. You write a scholarship, you can get in. Tuition free. Many people on this space have relatives that would never can afford to go to Harvard. They are there on scholarships. What scholarship? Tuition free, right? How is it funded? Endowments by the rich people that went before them. The structure in Nigeria is wrong. You cannot have in the past poor kids went to school and today only poor kids can go to school with a loan. It's wrong.
So can I say one thing? Can I say one thing? 30 seconds, right? So you're wrong, right? However, there is a fee. What about pays for school? Somewhere around $90,000 a year. Now, when they have a aid, so you keep misconstruing things because there is an aid that helps students or families that earn under a certain amount or a certain threshold does not mean that the education is free. Most tertiary and colleges in America are not free. That is wrong. And then the UNESCO recommendation you said, Oscar said earlier, is also wrong. It is actually 15 to 20%. Most developed countries spend around 15 to 20%, but most developing countries do not. They spend lower than that. And that is not good enough. I'm not saying Nigeria shouldn't increase its spend on education.
Well, again,
should. But increasing its spend on education does not mean
I just for like
that doesn't make sense.
30 states. America has 50 states. 30 states in America offer tuition-free community colleges. 30. I'm not sure what you are arguing. I'm not telling you that Nigeria is Dubai. I'm making a simple point to you. Nigeria has got the resources to educate primary, secondary, and tertiary. That's the point I'm making. Why do I know this? Because we are spending more money on things that are not income generative. Education is an investment in the future of any nation. If this country had leaders like Chief Obafemi Awolowo, like the ones we had in the East and the North, that all focus on education, we will not be where we are today. The problem of Nigeria is when we stopped spending money on education and we allowed illiterates into the federal civil service, into the army, into the public service. That's what killed Nigeria. Because in the past, when you went to university as a graduate, there's a letter, I wish I could show that to you. Mobile Nigeria published names of Nigerians it educated. They left and went to work for federal government. 1970s. To work for the federal government was a thing of pride. You went to school, the first class, you went for the government or for the university. Because as a university graduate or you had your Volkswagen, you had your bungalow. You were educated. Your brain is what made Nigeria grow. Today, they say education now scam because we don't have enough examples of educated people making it through education. What you are arguing and what I'm arguing are totally different. You are telling me about population as if I don't know that. I am telling you that whatever angle you come from, Nigeria from 68 trillion should be able to cover the education of its youth. It should be. That's all I'm saying. I don't want to argue with you. I don't want to look as if I'm being dismissive. If you say we can't afford it, you are right. No problem. I say we can afford it. Let me be wrong. Abi, I don't want to look as if I'm being dismissive. Let's
Sorry,
leave it like that.
I want to add one thing, please. Just
please go ahead,
20
sir.
seconds. In a modern economy, this is the mistake that Tolako is making. In a modern economy, you can't simply stop subsidizing education at secondary school level. Now, let us look at developed countries. Which developed countries do we know have the highest levels of education and highest development of human beings, of higher life expectancy and everything? Is the Scandinavian countries, especially Sweden, Norway, and also Denmark. What do you notice in all those countries? You notice that tuition, even up until university, if you want to do up to your PhD, it is free. In fact, even as a foreigner, you can go to those countries and get free masters. I'm telling you, some Nigerians that want to jump out of the country can get free masters. Your tuition is free for your master's, for your PhD. That is how much they are subsidizing high income. And what do you know about a place like Sweden? For a country of about 7 million people, they are creating a lot of very good startups. In fact, when you compare them to countries like the UK, they have a higher per capita income, they have higher life expectancy, they have lower crime, generally speaking, they have more healthy populations, and these are things that compound for the government over time. So please, let's not just look at America. America has a lot of idiosyncrasies and
but clear. I've told her now. I've told her. No, for like others have got to speak for like. So I'm not muting you, but we have to have others speak. Others have to speak. And for like I said, we let's not argue. Let's not argue. You've said we should not fund tertiary for free. I've said we should. So we agree on that disagreement. There's nothing we're going to change.
No, I just have a question for Cleo. Just a quick question, right? Like I said, I'm a fan of the agree to disagree thing. I just have a question for Cleo. Okay, so my question to you is the countries you mentioned. What is the population size and what is the tax to GDP ratio? It's very important.
Cleo, no, stop. No, stop. This is a waste of time. Asking population and see, take Nigeria. After this exactly, take me. What was the population and GDP size when I got free education in Nigeria? What was it? But I went to school for free in Nigeria. Why can't the kids that are coming after me go to school for free? When Awolowo did free education, what was the population and GDP back then? And what was it today? Did Awolowo have VAT? Did Awolowo have oil revenue? Did he have natural gas? Did he have non-oil exports? What are we talking about? You say population, but you ignore that higher population means higher revenues.
Kalu, that's a terrible argument. Terrible.
You keep on making this terrible argument. Why is it terrible? Has the revenues not gone up?
It's just trace your thoughts, Kalu. Trace your thoughts. We're talking about. I asked the question. I said, what is the? So,
my dear, I talk with numbers, my dear. See, let me go. I muted. I long. You guys said I muted. I push on music. I talk with numbers. The budget last year was 54 trillion. This year is 68 trillion. Has education budget increased? 2025, 54 trillion. This year, 68 trillion. Has the budget number increased? Yes or no? No, it hasn't. By proportion, it hasn't. If you increase the education budget every year proportionally, would it be at what we have it today? What are we asking for here? I'm not asking you to buy them private jets. I am saying if someone asks ChatGPT, what's the total enrollment for all federal universities in Nigeria? Get the total number, maybe 1 million, I don't know, maybe 1 million. Calculate, maybe we'll say it's 500,000 to educate a child. How much is that in Naira? How much is that in dollars? That's what Folake is arguing for 30 minutes that we can't afford. Do you know the point?
In 2025, we spent more on education than we've ever spent.
In nominal numbers. I keep on muting this girl because she's just making noise. In nominal numbers, you spend more. Have you increased the education budget in line with the population? If I have 4 trillion, I spend 4 naira. When I have 8 trillion, should I not spend nominally 8 plus? That's my point.
Kalu, is the entire budget increasing?
You can.
Kalu, horrible arguments.
Now she's going. You are going personal. You are not had horrible arguments. They're just making noise online. I keep muting her. I'm muting her. She's still coming on. Like move her now. I thought she was talking. I didn't allow her to talk.
Kalu, please leave her alone. Kalu, please leave her alone. Please. Kalu, please leave her alone. Let her keep her truth to herself. You keep your truth to yourself.
I said that earlier. Let's move. Somebody's arguing with me here that schools pay tuition fee. Oh God, you are online now. Don't argue with me. You are online. Colleges are universally free. Colleges, it says it here. College is not universally free in the United States, but over 30 states offer tuition-free community college. That's what I said. If you go to a community college in America, it's free tuition. Not all offer it. 30 are now offering it. Last 10 years, it was not 30. Last 20 years, it was not 30. So you see how they are moving. I gave you Brazil. I gave you China. I've given you any example. Every progressive nation tries to increase the proportion of people that can get education, whether it's tertiary, whether it's primary, whether it's university. Every progressive nation. As a matter of fact, to say a progressive nation is arguing whether we should educate any class of people is crazy to me. Crazy. But here we are.
You are mentioning population explosion. So if you have 15 children, you should educate just 2 on 1.
No, 2. By your budget. That was her argument. You educate 2.
Arguments are these. Oh, come on. remember. I think if you're gonna debate the point, make the debate, make it interesting.
If Folake was not female, I would have removed her. But I'm afraid if I do it now.
The debate here is not about educating your people or not.
You are wrong.
The debate here is the means. It's an interest-free.
Do we have the means, Folake? Do we have the means? Do we have the means to educate all the Nigerians in Nigeria? Yes or no? Do we have the means? What do you think? Do we have the means to educate all Nigerians to get education in Nigeria? Do we have the means?
For free? No, it's not sustainable.
Why not? Why don't we have the? Why not? Why not?
Because obviously we're saying that we've not been able to do that.
No, what is it? But the money is there now, Folake. The money is there, B. So it's just how we allocate the money. The revenue to make from the government. There's no revenue from the government. There's no revenue from the government. There's no revenue.
Which one?
VAT.
But the government has been telling us that
VAT for like VAT.
What's your VAT ahead?
So
what does your VAT do exactly?
Okay, so
Nigeria is a poor country.
Okay.
That is also very undertaxed. I don't know what money are you talking
about?
Okay,
so question for you. Okay, let me ask you the final question for like.
We spent more on education than we've ever spent.
But your population went up. But your population went up for like so you can't say.
They get to pay back when they start working. Why is that so bad?
For like a question for you. You doesn't stop talking. Question for you, right? If I showed you that we had enough money from say any source to pay for all the education, would you say yes, go ahead and pay education with that source? If I showed you a source and says this money came in and education is maybe 2 billion, we can take money and pay, would that be good? If I show it to you, would you agree and we end the discussion?
We can't agree based on that because you can't do that. You have to make sure that when you're doing that, you're also giving me other parts of the budget. Sorry, sir, because the budget is not isolated.
But that's the point I'm making now. There is an allocation issue, not a revenue issue. We have the money, but we want to spend money on private jets.
Okay, yeah. If what you're saying that money, if you take that money, it's actually going to fund free education for the students. Yeah, sure. That's
okay. So if I showed you a revenue here and I said this money can pay for all the education in Nigeria, you'll be okay. I've won, Abi.
Yes, please go on. Yeah.
Okay. So that's the end now. So what are we arguing about? What are we arguing about again? What are we arguing about again then?
But you haven't brought that money out.
So what's your argument now? That I have to show you before you agree. You've just said you agree. What are we arguing about again?
Because I'm dealing with numbers. I already told you that our budget divided.
I asked you and you have agreed. If you agreed because you agreed. That's what you just did.
You said if you could provide me with money that could be allocated to it, that is not
what's the revenue? What's the revenue? What revenue did Nigeria make in 2025? Total revenue in Nigeria 2025.
I can't remember the exact.
What was the education? What was the education budget? Was the education budget more than the revenue budget?
Our education 2025 was, I think, maybe 4 trillion or 3 point something.
What Nigeria? Nigeria made about 21 trillion. So what are you arguing about?
Okay, so what's your point?
That we have money to pay for education.
Is that the only, I don't understand. What's your point?
Again, my point is that it is not the income, it's the allocation. We have the money.
That's ridiculous. Is that the only thing that runs? I don't understand. Is that the only thing that runs the budget?
I asked you, what else is important? I asked you, I didn't give you an answer. I asked you, what else would you spend money on? You didn't answer. You might want to answer that question. What would you spend money on? Did you answer no? So tell me what you spend money on. Tell me what's more important in education. Tell me. I'm listening.
So food security and agriculture is not.
So you will spend so fine. So you spend.
Sorry. Let me ask you a question because I don't understand this argument.
Yes, I want to hear you out. So go. Give me one. No, just answer the question. Give me one.
You don't have housing.
Just answer the question. Just answer the question.
Right? You don't have.
For like, just answer the question to me, please, so I can hold you on it. So, what do you spend money on?
What are you asking me, Kalu? Your question is what exactly?
I beg you. Let's move on. Oscar, Tatian.
Hello, sorry. For like, I've met you.
Leave for like, let's move.
I know you're talking political angle. So don't waste your time.
Please, let's move on. 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 If I'm going to speak for, let's move on.
You understand?
So,
education is the most priority of every country that wants to grow. If you make 21 trillion, what's education 4 trillion? That is, I'm surprised. But you can spend on frivolous things, trillions of frivolous things, corruption and every other thing that does not make sense. But you cannot give education 4 trillion out of 21 trillion. Say the housing. Where is the housing you are talking about? Where is the agriculture you are talking about? Infrastructure does not develop economics. I am an economist. Infrastructure, the investment in infrastructure is less than 2%.
Do you know how much Nigeria paid to service her debt 2025? Just not to repay the debt, to service it. They now more with $5 billion. 5 billion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 billion is what we paid to service the debt on that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The president spent in a quarter, I think it was 20 billion on his jet fuel. About 20 billion on jet fuel. A quarter or 2 quarters, about 20 billion. We have the revenue. The problem is the allocation. The money is there. But if I'm a rich man and I have 100 naira and I buy clothes and shoes and I don't buy food for my kids, I'll argue that, if I buy egg for my kids, what will I pay for my power? What would I pay for my rent? Your kids are starving. You start with your kids. So if you do a scale of preference, imagine America, imagine a US president come to tell you that we're not going to pick kids from the school to go to school. That yellow bus, we won't pick school kids, we won't give them school lunches, we won't have 911 because I want to buy Air Force One. It won't last 2 days. But in Nigeria, you can come on Twitter and make that argument. And, you can get around it. Titishan, how are you doing? Titasian, am I saying that right?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, man?
Good evening, everyone.
Hey, go for it.
Yeah. So I want to give Falake some statistics.
Hey, Falake has taken over my space.
Sorry. 2020 Nigerian budget expenditure is 68 million between 50 trillion naira to 68 trillion. And according to UNESCO, we should spend nothing less than 15% to 20% of that.
Let me tell you what she's going to. She's going to tell you that no. She's going to tell you no, that UNESCO is giving you a target, but education budget has gone up. What's your answer?
All right, so I will tell her that Nigeria is currently spending 6.1% of our total expenditure on education, which is more than...
Because I know you. So 6.1. So it's about 6.1% of the budget on education. That's not bad, Abi. Is that bad? What were we spending this way maybe last year or a decade ago? Let me ask Grok. What was education? Let me give you a figure. Let me give you a data point. When Nigeria got oil boom, do you think the education budget went up, stayed the same, or went down? Falake, what do you think? When we got oil boom, did the education budget go up, stay the same, or go down? When we did oil boom 1970, what do you think, Falake?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Did it go up or go down? I don't know.
Well, you're arguing this thing as if you know. You're arguing education.
Maybe I need clarity on the question. Are you asking me if the total amount spent go up?
The revenues of Nigeria. The revenue of Nigeria went up massively in the oil boom years.
Okay.
So Gowon and the military guys got massive increase in revenue. That was when the oil embargo.
Okay, so did they spend more, or do you mean the percentage relative to the revenue?
Both nominal, budget to revenue to budget, both.
No, I don't know about percentage, but I know that the actual amount they spent went up. I don't know if I haven't calculated the percentage and checked on that.
Percentage terms, it was flat. Flat. We didn't spend on education. That's where our wahala started from. The problem with Nigeria, I say it again, we stopped spending on education. We allowed illiterates into the public space, into the government, into the army, into the civil service, into the politics. Look at your politicians in the past. Look at Enahoro. Look at his qualifications. Look at Zik, look at Awolowo, look at Amadou Bello, look at their qualifications, look at the guys you have today. That's the problem. There's a school I work with, School of Policy and not School of Policy. Yeah, School of Policy and Politics. They're in Abuja. They are training young people in the act of governance, politics, teaching them economics, public accounting, ethics. Why? Because the politicians still don't know all that. If you tell a politician what is an earmark, he doesn't know what it means. He doesn't know that when your population increases, the education budget should also increase, not just nominally, but as a percentage to the population. You just can't say, I spent 7 million and I've spent 9 million, I've increased my education budget. No, in proportion to your population, you've got to increase it. You've got to increase it in proportion to your population. That's the most important thing. But traditionally, I stopped you. Please go ahead, sir.
All right, so you actually helped me book my point. So the problem is that Folake, I don't think is presently in Nigeria, so you cannot understand.
She doesn't have data. She doesn't have data. She just has talking points. She doesn't have data. If you drill her down, she doesn't. I asked her 70, doesn't know. She's telling me she doesn't have data. These are talking points.
You haven't spoken from data at all. Let alone, I don't know.
So
what data have you spoken from? You're just calling vague. You're just saying vague things, but you're not tying it down to numbers, right? You're saying you said that they're going to spend expenses from
Folake, you know what I do? Folake, you know what I do? Folake, send me a DM. I will send you a 3-part essay I did on education. The numbers, the solutions, the funding. I'll send it to you. If you want, let me put on this space. I'll give you what are the research about education in Nigeria, highlighting the gaps and all that.
Research, but I think maybe you looked at it from only one perspective. Not
we have, it's a very, very simple.
Let me tell you where your argument falls flat. You say that we have a spending problem. You haven't dropped any number. How much do we waste? How much do we need for the education, and how much is wasted? Tell me the norms. You can't just tell me that, oh, we're wasting money. Okay, yes, we're wasting money. How much are we wasting? That money that is wasted, if you add it, will it solve the problem?
In economics,
You're making
who live here? Well, like in economics, the cost of something is the cost of what was not spent. So the cost of education is the cost of a private jet. That's in economics. If I say the cost of not going to school is the cost of a presidential yacht, presidential jet, allowances for National Assembly, even this nonsense we're talking about today of a guy spending 1.2 billion in national, but that's the cost of education. So when we say that in Nigeria, we have the highest number of out-of-school children in Nigeria, what's the cost of that? It's the cost of the nonsense we built in Abuja.
Why do we have the highest number of out-of-school children? Answer that question.
Because the politicians are not interested in education.
Secondary education is not free in northern Nigeria.
Because the politicians are not interested in education. That's why.
Oh my God.
Even the budget for the education is underperforming. If the implementation is poor.
Listen, we took PTF. What's that fund called? We took Education Trust Fund. When Goodluck had the strike with ASU, we converted that fund to a budget for only the universities. We gave it every year. We sign agreement to universities. Yar'Adua signed, Goodluck signed. Now Tinubu has signed. Watch, after this election is over, if Tinubu is the president, ASU is going to go on strike. That thing can't be funded. He's increased their salary by 40%. It can't be funded. The way they are going, it can't be funded. You've got to go back.
What's your point? Someone has spent more on education than previously, has also increased the salaries of lecturers, and you're claiming that we should be spending more. Then you're also claiming that it's not sustainable. Are you making my argument for me or yours?
I am saying that we should spend more, much, much more.
Okay, so if the more that before we were spending what we're spending now, they were striking.
We are not spending more. We're spending less. We're spending less, not more. You are making you are looking at the point as if it's 1 + 1 is equal to 2. No, you have to look at the point in terms of the population of the students.
Oh, now you care
if the population is going up, then your budget has got to match population going up. When you say we should not offer free education, when we say we should not make free education for the tertiary education, you are saying that we should not educate that crowd because we can't afford it. I am saying we can afford it, but we have other priorities.
That's
Yeah,
why I said you're making a bad argument.
I agree.
Right?
I agree.
If you're going to accommodate for population, then do it all through, right? So if you're saying that we need to accommodate for accommodation in how much more we're spending on education, fair point. But then if we're going to do that, we also have to do that in terms of how we're paying for these things, the taxes, the government revenue. Are those things scaling up at the speed at which the population is growing? Sorry.
I still don't get this point you're making, my dear.
So last year we spent over 30 trillion on debt servicing, like you said, right?
5 billion.
You're looking at we spent how many did we even spend on
5
just
billion.
pensions alone, right? We have a problem where our revenue, we turn over every time we're unable to meet the needs on our budget, we turn it over to the next year. So isn't that for you
Whose
obvious?
fault?
Isn't that clear to you that we do not have enough money to fund the needs of the country?
No,
You're
Falake, hold up, talking. No government on earth. No government on earth has enough money. No government on earth has enough money. On this earth has enough money. Only Falake, I'll keep muting you. My hand is on mute. Once you talk, I'll mute you. My hand is on down mute. So only Solomon is the only person known in life that has had enough money. So even in the US, they are borrowing. In the US, they are borrowing. Germany, they are borrowing. Even China with 3 trillion reserves borrows. The issue in Nigeria is not revenues. It's where we are allocating revenues. If we are borrowing to import SUVs for house members, then we should be able to give our kids free education. It's not a radical argument.
That's a terrible argument.
I keep on muting you. I'll keep on muting you. It's not an outlandish. I mean, this argument is so. Maybe I'm dreaming because maybe I wake up tomorrow and say, "Oh, I was dreaming." I was arguing with someone that was actually arguing that we should not give kids free education. I'll wake up tomorrow. This will be a dream because there's no one on
I never
earth.
said that.
I'll mute you. I'll keep muting her. So because you can't. How can you come on social media? They're gonna record this space and I know if like it's a real name, but you have to go and argue somewhere, not here. You have to go and tell that you went to Africa, to an African space, and you told Africans that no, Africans, don't spend money on tertiary education. Rather, spend money on power generation.
I never said that.
I'll mute you. Spend money on power generation and all these other things.
I never said that.
I'll mute her again. But don't tertiary. Don't spend on tertiary because why shouldn't we spend on tertiary? Because we don't have the money. Because the Nigerian government spend more money. This thing you are saying, they are recording it. At least me, I'm arguing that they should give them free education. I can defend it anywhere. You are arguing that kids should take a loan to go to university. That is the right policy because what? Because in the past, when I went to school in the past, I didn't get free education. When government had lower revenues, they educated me for free. Lower revenues, I got free education. But with higher revenues, they should pay loan. Good argument, no problem. We will defend ourselves in court of me. I know it's not I talk. When they ask me when I talk, it did book. You go explain. You go explain for like you go explain Taya how you told Africa that they should take a loan and go to university. Don't worry, not be now they go follow you. You go. Not be now they go follow you. They switch up. They carry the talk. They switch you. You go explain your own. No worry. No, they talk. They go. They talk. Count Buzanga. Count. How you doing? I say, Ice. Sorry, Ice News. What's happening? What scores? We have to end this space, Joe. Let me go and watch soccer. Ice, how you doing?
How is it easy to defend the Nigerian state?
It's very easy now.
Let people. It's not easy. It's easy because the people in the system want it to be as the way it is now.
I don't know. So
because I've been privileged to be with will I say some top guys even till now. So there is a system for all these things, like
I can't just say because this is just an open space, so it's not easy at all. It's easy because we decided to make it so. We run the cultural ground because few are benefiting from it. So we make it so that we can override the system, put a lot of bureaucracies to make it difficult for others to have a street.
But before you go on, right? The government of Nigeria spent 21 billion to renovate, not build, renovate the house. Is it to complete the house of the vice president of Nigeria? 21 billion. He doesn't live there. 21 billion naira was what was spent to build the Julius Berger house for the VP in Abuja.
And we are talking about defrauding, no?
No, this is just 21 billion, no? The judges in Nigeria, we've seen what they've done for them. The judges, we've seen what, God bless the judges. If you're a judge, God bless you. We've seen what we've done for them. Nobody complains. If you bring this argument, nobody will complain. Like Folake, they won't complain. But when you say educate your children without loan, you have to give me evidence that Nigeria can afford it. Where is the evidence Nigeria can afford 21 billion home for BP and for all the? There's so much waste in this country. So much waste. The Air Nigeria, do you know how much they pay for the logo for Air Nigeria? The logo, Google it. How much was paid for the logo? Not the Air Nigeria plane, no. Not that logo. The logo. Google it. I won't call the figure. Google the logo. Logo where I could draw. Look at what was done. But we have money for that. Look at the convoys. Look at the waste. You see, if Nigeria was really a poor country, what Folake is saying would make sense. Okay, we can't pay for everybody. So let's pay for the one that we need, primary education. Because even in my argument, I argue that you must prioritize primary education. It's the most important. Prioritize primary, prioritize secondary. In general, they do this apprenticeship in secondary school. Prioritize that also. Then university, you can do a combination of scholarships, you can do a combination of parents, technical. You combine everything. Yeah, that's how it will make sense. It makes sense because if you are in an organized country, you do it that way. But not Nigeria, where the poor don't get anything. The poor always ask to subsidize the rich. If education was something that the rich could do, they'll subsidize it. But because the rich can go abroad, they don't care. If you ban foreign travel, your schools will be better than Harvard. It's true. Because the king of Saudi used to come to University of Ife.
Sorry, Mr. Kalu.
Yeah, please go ahead, sir.
You can hear me, sir.
I can hear you, sir. Prince, how are you doing, Prince?
I want to just ask a quick, I'm very fine, sir. I just want to ask a question. I want to ask, are we saying right now the special education in Nigeria is not subsidized at all? Or we want more subsidies?
I think I made a passing comment. For like I jumped on it. I said that I don't think that the students should pay a loan to go to university. That's what I said. I don't think you should pay a loan to go to university. Why? I didn't pay a loan. I went to university and Nigerian revenues were lower. That's my point. The Nigerian government should to afford.
Because as it stands today, only if I'm wrong, right? The tuition even till now for higher institutions in Nigeria are still subsidized.
Right? Yeah, but they are paying more. They are paying much more. Right? Yeah, they are paying much more. They are paying much more, Prince. Prince, they are paying much more.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the facts now. I'm just talking about the facts because I've listened to your arguments and they are like. They are very sound because I'm also looking at it from this angle, right? That if we are to use, let's say, 30 trillion and say we want to do the UNESCO recommendation of 15 to 20%, which perhaps maybe we'll say maybe around 6 trillion thereabout for our budget, realistically, do we think that will still be enough to have people go to school for free? Maybe not.
It will
maybe
never.
Still be need
it will never.
To pay a certain amount. But it will reduce.
It will never ever be enough.
Like if you look at it realistically.
Prince, it will never ever be enough.
Prince. We can move the middle. but we can move the needle in that direction.
Prince,
right?
Prince, I'm not sure if you can hear me, Prince. I'm not sure if you can hear me. It will never ever be enough. There is no amount of money you can put in education will be enough. Even if it's 200 trillion, it won't be enough. I'm not here saying that the government is not spending more. I picked a particular point. I said in Nigeria, and at this point I picked it because I was saying Nigeria is flashing red light, that we should be able to afford to spend on what is income generating. Education is income generating. There is no need to give students a student loan. There is no need. How much is we're not again, like the argument I've heard, we're not making revenues from it. So why is it a loan? Why is it a loan? Well, okay, why not create? Why is it a loan?
I also think that the loan has two components, right? There's a component of the loan that is for student upkeep, whereby maybe you need to buy food or you need to pay a little, maybe rent for hostel, etc. And there's also the other component that is paid directly to the school, not for tuition, but maybe for laboratory fee, SUG fee, and the rest. Not necessarily tuition, because already the government through the budget funds that. And our Nigerian budget, let's say for instance, at this time I heard someone said we are spending about 6% of our budget, right? Which is correct as it stands today based on what the tactician said. But that 6% also is spread across UBEC, and perhaps maybe Nigeria, tertiary education is only going to take about 50% of that, or thereabouts, right? So in my own mind, I'm still thinking, even if we go, because if you are comparing to maybe advanced countries, let's not say developing countries in Africa, because most developing countries in Africa are already embracing the student loan arrangement in a way that is looking at, because of the youth population increase, the funding of free education at that level in terms of completely free is not sustainable. We can agree that it is sustainable in Nigeria because perhaps maybe you think we have a revenue and we only have a spending problem. I know that's like an argument that we can make, right?
Prince.
But I still also believe, even if we are going to, yes, correct.
So let's look at the actual. So again, look at. I don't want to go this route. But let me go this route, since you guys only get where I'm going to with this whole student loan thing. Nigeria can do a student loan without doing a student loan. The reason why they remove student loan out specifically is so that it can be a campaign promise. They can say, we are doing this for you. Like you have said, there are two components. There's the one that goes to the school, there's one that goes to the students. The one that goes to the school could have been given through Ministry of Education. The one that goes to the students could have been given through Ministry of Education. The reason why they pulled this out was so as someone can say, we want to fund education with student loan. Student loan is different from funding university, Abi. In America, there's student loan. You can get a student loan, and then you pay through a commercial entity, or the government can guarantee that loan for you, and you have it on your books till you pay off when you are a graduate. That's not what Nigeria is doing. In Nigeria, the government, some guys who are smart and said, if we go in, it's like saying, I will go in and I will take the meal I give to students for food. I will take it out, then give it to them with a certificate, then take picture. Then I'll say, I'm giving you meal allowance. It's already there. We don't need a student loan to give a student loan. We could have gone to University of Ibadan, University of Benin, and said, okay, what is your tuition? We're going to cut the tuition for every graduate. End of story. No admin, no paperwork, nothing. If the school says their school is 200K, government will say, okay, we're going to cut it to 2K. We'll give you a voucher. End of story. I didn't want to go there. That's why when she's talking, I'm listening to her because she doesn't understand what's going on. This is pure politics. It's smart politics, because if you identify what you are doing, you can campaign with it. Explain to me what they're doing differently. Like if I just say, Prince, if you go to the school is a federal school. You have a slot of 500 students. They pay you 5K. Why can't you just say, okay, let them pay you 5 naira? Like they did to me. The difference between what they did to me and the students that they made the payment to the school, university, and the university made me to pay 5 naira. These guys have removed that thing from the university and says, we will give you a certificate so they can advertise that they are giving that. Prince, am I right or wrong?
Yes, and two truths can coexist, Mr. Kalu, right? Two truths can coexist because, in as much as what you said is correct, I also believe that every government, when they come in, they come in with a strategy.
I don't fault them.
And
I don't fault them.
We have already
I don't fault them.
Yes.
I commend them. It's smart politics. The students are getting the money. I don't, be very clear, I am not attacking them on this. It's smart politics. They saw it. They are doing it. What matters to me is, are they doing it? They are doing it fantastic. So I'm not here to say.
So that means, like, to an extent, they are sort of like moving the needle. However, it can be better. Like,
yes,
there are some recommendations that are very
simple. Yeah, like I've said, the difference is that with me, sir, I didn't have a student when I graduated. There is no obligation on me when I left university. I left university, I got the free student loan, I left. These kids are going to have a student loan. So, and I asked a question, a simple question: why give a student loan?
But while you were in school, sir, Mr. Kalu, while you were in school, did you pay for school fees?
No, that's what I'm telling you. I didn't pay. That's what I'm telling you. I paid 600 naira for 5 years.
So how much?
100 naira.
You know 600 naira. You are looking at it. You are looking at 600 naira. I don't know what here.
It was very low. No. I get where you're coming to. It was very low. It's like paying 1K today.
Now.
No, yes, it was very low.
So, I know 1,000.
Honestly, Prince. I don't know how old you are. Prince, I don't know how old you are. Ask your parents.
I'm young. I'm very young.
How old? Below 20? 30?
Myself, of course. No.
It was very cheap, Prince. Prince, it's like paying 1K today. It's like paying 1K today. It was a giveaway.
It's like you go and work. Like you can, like a bricklayer can just go and work and bring that money. That day work and pay. That's how little the money is.
It was.
I don't know, but don't forget. As little as you think
it was very. No, Prince. No, Prince. I hear what you're saying. You know.
We're still not able to afford it.
Let me. So back then, Prince.
Aside from the fact that
no. You are being political again, Prince. You are talking like Folake. You start talking like Folake, Prince. Prince. I don't want. Prince. Don't. I don't want. Prince. Hold on. See what I'm telling you. We are two of us. We're agreeing on something. I'm telling you that. Back then, a plate of food was 20 naira. A plate of food was 20 naira back then, right? Or maybe 10 naira back then. For the entire year, I paid 100 naira. The entire year, 100 naira. Entire year. That's what I'm telling you. For accommodation. This is accommodation, 100 naira. Tuition, 100 naira. The entire year. So they subsidize it by paying to the school directly. You know, there's a riot called Google Ali Must Go. Google Ali Must Go. Just Google it. Ali Must Go riot. What do you see? Google it. What does it come up with? Ali Must Go riot. What do you think happened during Ali Must Go? Google it. In Nigeria. Prince, what does it show you? Ali Must Go. They were protesting that they increased students feeding from 50 kobo. From 150 kobo to 2 naira. That's what the protest was about.
Yeah, in 1975. Now.
From
if you look at the years you are talking about.
Should I do the inflation for you?
Perhaps $1 is like to how much in naira?
The point.
I understand your point.
Yeah, so if you understand my point, why are we arguing?
I'm not against what you're saying.
Listen,
we are not against. That's what I said earlier.
The Tinubu guys are smart. Let me tell you, they are smart. What they did was very, very smart. They are smart. I've given it to them. But don't come and now gaslight me and tell me that students should pay for university. That one I won't take. I've given it to them. It's a smart political play.
But
don't come and gaslight me.
Let's take away countries like Mr. Kalu. Let's take away countries like Denmark, maybe like maybe Finland or Norway. Let's look at the other developed.
No, allow him.
Amen.
What about Brazil?
Hold on now. I'm not fighting.
What about Brazil?
I'm just saying like even in Brazil, is education, tertiary education, is it absolutely free?
There is no absolute free.
Absolutely free. Like people do not pay any semester fee.
Okay.
It's not absolute free.
Okay, you are trying to, Prince. Hold on. Prince, you are trying to be cute by half. There is nothing free in the world. Hold on, you can't. When I finish, you can. Prince, there's nothing free on earth. I'm not here. I'm a capitalist. I'm not a socialist. I don't like free things. I'm not here to argue that students should get free things. The point I was making was that why are you charging kids money to go to university? Because the university educated kids are the ones that are going to grow Nigeria. My point was not really if it's free education or not free education. That's why was the point I was making. It's like at home I said, oh, we must pay. No. I know my point I'm making.
So what's the point? I'm trying to understand it then. What's the point? It's confusing for me now.
Okay.
We should not charge them?
What I'm trying to say, we should not.
I need to understand.
We should not ask university kids or any child in Nigeria to pay for education, especially tuition. Does that help? Is that
and I'm telling you that today tuition is almost free in most universities.
So if it's free, what's the loan for? What's the loan for if it's free?
They do not charge.
So what's the loan
for? The school fees.
Okay, so replace. Replace that.
The difference between tuition and
I agree. Right, replace that tuition with school fees. I believe you should not charge school fees for kids. Is that clear enough?
Do you have to maybe
you are being cute by half, okay? I see where you're coming from a mile away. I'm telling you the fact. If it's not free, why is there a loan?
I know, I understand that.
If it's not free, why is there a loan? If it's not free, why are you giving them a loan? What are they paying using the loan for?
For instance, in Germany, right? Like from primary education to university education, even to PhD level, it's free, right? Free education.
I don't know.
But at least at the end of the semester, we can check it now. And I'm saying it based off maybe public information, things we can see out there. In Germany,
what is your argument, Prince? Prince, are you arguing? Prince, are you arguing?
There's also an administrative fee that you pay. There's an administrative fee
Prince.
That you pay.
So again, I'm not going to go into this rabbit holes. I've made a simple statement. The Nigerian Constitution states very clearly that there's free education. And I am saying a country that exports crude oil and gas, that has enough money to waste on renovating refineries, should have enough money to sponsor Nigerian children from primary to university. I don't want to go into any rabbit hole. If you say they cannot afford it, you are right. You've won. You are right. If you say they can afford it, that's where I am. I'm not going to argue anybody. If you say they can't afford it, that's fine. Maybe Chefalo was not smart enough. You should have taken the money and built Coastal Road back then. You should have built Western Coastal Road. Chefalo, back then. Chigozie, what's up?
Yeah, good. Good evening, sir. Okay, so I just wanted to. I was listening to the conversation and it wasn't going anywhere. It was just.
It wasn't good. Yes.
Yeah, it was just sideways, and I don't think that's the way conversations should go. First of all, if somebody doesn't have anything to, contribute, they could listen. We are all learning. If you make yourself a perpetual student, it will be best for you. You learn from those who know, and then you have something to take away, not making blind arguments. First of all, there is no country, and I mean no country in Africa, that if they want to, they can't afford free education for, even if there are 1 billion people, they can afford it. And it's because the government, every country in Africa has more than enough resources. The question is, where do you channel your resources? It's just like you and I. You earn your income, either you do your business or you work as a normal person. You go to 9 to 5 and all that.
For location.
You earn your money. It's not you making money that is the point. The point is, where is the money going to? That's the questions we all should be asking.
I've made this point over and over and over, Chigozie. I keep on saying Nigeria has the money. It's where you see 1970, Nigerian president says the Nigerian is promised not how to make money, but how to spend money. That's what Gowon said in Guyana. The same time I was saying is the education budget had not gone up. The same time he was saying this. We didn't have GSM. We could have had GSM way back. They could put the satellite in space. He didn't do it. But he was saying so without allocation.
Without taking this from your mouth, let me just give a snippet of what I know should have been the case. All right, so somebody woke up on May 29, 2023 and made an announcement, subsidy is gone. Now, I did sciences, and in science, there is what is called the law of thermodynamics. And in that law, there is a law that says energy cannot be destroyed, but it can be moved or maybe modified from one form to another, right? That is what subsidy represents in macroeconomics. You can't remove subsidy. You can only move it from one sector to the other where it's needed. Energy is very important for production. Then even if you're not producing, you need energy to even keep, for instance, or what have you, but you need energy for sustainability, for growth. So these are places where you do these things and then, see, government is not rocket science, but I think it's the will to do the right thing that is the problem. And I'm surprised, or rather I'm not, because a lot of people come online and they support what they shouldn't be supporting. Let's look at it. Today you may be benefiting. There is not forever. In our place, 8 years actually, it's just a matter of time. You count it and it's off. And it's over.
Why is it always that when you ask for basic services, you are told we can't afford it? When you ask for water, clean water, do you know what water will cost? When you ask for roads, you know what that road costs? When you ask for, do you know what that thing will cost? They become economists when it's time to give money to the poor. They all become economists. But when you hear the nonsense going on in Abuja, how they are spending money on foreign Esther codes, trips, first lady days, nobody's, no. They'll say, do you want the president to die? He wants to buy a new jet. Oh, do you want the president to die? He needs a new jet.
No, do you know? Okay, so
I don't know this. I don't know. Maybe we should have a space on education. I'll bring my data. Then I'll invite people to come. Then we'll look at the problem. Yeah, that's what we'll do.
The problem is a lot of people don't understand this. Okay, so let's take water reticulation as an example. When you create that platform, it's a process. It's a longish process anyway. It's a process that employs all sorts of experts, right? So you are not just creating water. You are creating employment. You are creating a source of income. You are creating something that when people see water running in their houses and you say, okay, you're going to pay 1 naira, people are happy to pay that because they are getting value. So what are we even talking about?
Okay, Chigozie, Nigeria is bidding to host a $500 million Grand Prix race in Abuja. I'm not saying government will spend $500 million.
Mm-hmm.
But we are bidding Nigeria, Rwanda, and South Africa. Mm-hmm. What's Nigeria doing there? We want to bid. So you see now I want to bid to do $500 million Grand Prix for the claim that I claim because it's a Grand Prix. Nobody will say we can afford it. Nobody. They will tell you, oh, if they come, we'll have multiplier economy, hotel. They will tell you that. Make it reverse it and say, okay, let's go for sports Olympiad. Olympiad, we didn't go now. The government, Ministry of Education, did not pay for Olympiad for the students. The same government didn't pay for Olympiad, but they want to host $500 million Grand Prix Formula One race in Abuja. Again, I'm not saying anyone's going to spend $500 million, but why are you getting involved in that conversation? Why not the Olympiad that was in Rome? Not the Rome, I don't know where it was. So it's the same thing. It's not the income, it's the allocation. When it suits them, there's no money. We have a presidential fleet, not presidential aircraft, fleet. Jets, 2 helicopters. We have 10. jets and helicopters. We have a Boeing, sell the art. We have the Airbus. I think they sold the Boeing. Nobody will tell you, oh, we can't afford it to. They won't tell you what's the population of Nigeria. You won't hear that argument then. What's the population?
So,
you won't hear it.
We have presidential annex.
Fleet. We have fleet. We have two. Those helicopters we have, fantastic. Those things can hover for 15 minutes. Those helicopters in a spot. Those two helicopters we have hover, world class. We bought them. That fleet can be used for commercial activities, and the president can ride them. But no, they have to be there for the presidential movement. We will not argue. Nobody will come and tell you what is the VAT, what is the population back then. I saw a video clip when Buhari took over power in Nigeria. Buhari was then going to all the states in Nigeria to meet with all the governors. That was 1980. Is it 83? 83, Abi? 83 when Buhari took over, Abi? 83.
Yeah, it was.
Buhari entered Nigerian Airways, chartered Nigerian Airways. Not because we didn't have presidential fleet that time. Look for the video, it's on whatever. He entered chartered Nigerian Airways. The flight took him, he went to, I saw the Enugu one, I saw the Benin one. He went, landed, Nigerian Airways, the green white, the Nigerian Airways, chartered. Now we have 10. Okay, what was the population back then? If you want to use anything, you use the population. But when it suits them, they don't bring it up. Today we have an airplane. I saw just yesterday, the Minister of Defense, state, his kids went to airport, they chopped food in VIP lodge, they entered presidential jet. to go with the first lady to go to one event. They're wearing whatever. This is Minister of State's kids were in the presidential jet to go for an event. Nobody will talk about population again. But mention that let the poor, God forbid, go to school. Let me get Sam T79. How you doing? Once the score will go.
I'm fine, thank you, Kalu.
Sam, what's happening, man?
Good to be here.
Yeah, are you for the proletarians or are you for the bourgeoisie? What are you?
No, for me, this argument or this point you're making is basic, and everyone arguing against it know what they're doing. The truth is, if Nigeria were to be a personal asset, and these guys were to own it, they will never allow the same people ruling Nigeria to run that company for them.
At all. Never happen.
That's the truth. That's the truth. I can bet my left lung, like you said earlier. They will not do that.
Sam,
they know what they're doing.
Sam, can you imagine? Sam, can you imagine, right? If it was their dad and their dad had money to send to school abroad or had money to buy a new Benz car in Nigeria, what will they support? Will they support their dad sending them abroad to school or buying a new Mercedes-Benz car? What do you think they will support?
They will support going to school. So the truth of the matter is that, to be honest, they know what they're doing. And somehow, if you have important things to discuss, there's no point allowing the distraction.
No, the space was ended a long time ago, so we're okay.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, we're here. We're having a nice Sunday. We're watching the World Cup. See, on the individual level, all the people arguing about education, like I said, tell them that, listen, I'll send you abroad for university or I'll build a road in your village. Time to choose one. Exactly. Yeah, road in your village or you go to Harvard on a scholarship. Time to choose one. If they choose road in your village, I give you my other kidney. One kidney is reserved for if we have. I'll give you the other kidney that reserved. They will do it. It's all performative. Like I said, they will defend their actions. No, the world is now becoming content. You will defend this statement you have made that you went and said that Africans should pay students' loan. You are okay with Africans paying a loan to get educated. You defend it. You will. If you think you will defend it, because that's what you're saying. You're quoting population. You talk sharp mouth. You will defend it, and it will be where they will ask you. You lose. You lose. You go first blood. You first blood.
To be honest, when I didn't pay school fees too. I went to a federal university in Nigeria.
Of course.
To be precise, Abu Zaria, and I think throughout my schooling, I don't think I've spent up to 5,000.
Yeah.
I can't remember. I'm still trying to recall. But to be honest, I know what you're talking about. And it's just sad that we're where we are.
I mean, if the country was giving us, if we had other things for the poor, if we had maybe a dole or social security, or we had free medical, or we had all that, and then we said, hey guys, you guys have got to pay for your tuition because, we really can't afford this. You have a point. But I want you to name one thing in Nigeria that the poor person gets from the country. One thing. Name one thing that a poor family is getting from the government. I'm talking of local, state, and federal.
Most of these guys arguing, they have not even been in that place, so they will not even be able to argue. They don't even know what the ordinary person on the street goes
Does
through.
Nigeria subsidize food? Does Nigeria subsidize food? Do you go to anywhere in the market and you say you have a voucher and rice is 50K, you buy it for 10K? Do we do that in Nigeria?
Exactly.
They do it in America.
Okay, so
they do it in America.
You see the problem. You have to know how many you are. It's like saying you are ordering food for a party and you don't know how many people are attending the party. So who are you ordering the food for?
At least have the food now. At least say first come first serve. Say first come first serve, Abi. Like all those homes in America, they will say like, okay, there's going to be free meals here. It's first come first serve. If you come, there is no soup. So I asked one time, are there soup kitchens in Nigeria? Is there a soup kitchen in Nigeria where people can go to eat for free? People were saying there was. I said, no, give me there's none. A church here or there will do soup kitchen maybe once a week. But is there a soup kitchen in Nigeria where people do it individually? I've seen videos of people that will cook food, go and give people. I see them. God bless them for that. But there is no organized soup kitchen where maybe you have food in your restaurant, you can take it there and people can share, or you're at the supermarket. We don't have all that.
What happens in Nigeria is if you are doing birthday, you fund it and you call your church people. If your pastor is doing birthday, the church people also contribute. So either way, you are the one losing.
Rich people.
I'm not saying it's only just about churches. It could be happening in the mosque, but I'm not a Muslim, so I can't speak for them. The point of it is the way the society is structured. It's just the poor people that are bearing the brunt. Unfortunately, it's also the same poor people who somehow find a voice to defend, the oppressors. Which is, I mean, it's an aberration.
Which is the problem of education. If
people were properly
educated, they will never do it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Come to America.
When you see people arguing like this, to be honest,
it's true.
If we were properly educated as a nation, no one will stand and argue this.
Exactly.
Because they will look very foolish.
Exactly.
Very, very foolish.
Yeah, exactly. That's just, I mean, you can be poor but have honor. Nigeria, there's no honor with the poor, with the middle class, with the rich. There's just no honor. People will do anything for money, and it thinks there's no anchorage to just education that I can't do this. I can't. No, that's it. There's this guy. You know this guy. You know General Kontagora, the former Minister of Works. General Kontagora. You should know him.
Yeah, I know him very well. In fact, I have met him personally.
So I know him. You know that guy?
Yeah.
I was a kid when that guy was the Minister of Works. I can't imagine any world that guy will take a bribe. I don't even know the guy. But I cannot imagine any world that guy took a bribe. That guy was constantly walking. I never saw him smiling. Today he's doing one road, tomorrow doing another road. I just saw the guy everywhere. Kontagora, he's not here. He's not paying me.
Yeah, he was a very disciplined person.
Yeah, he's not paying us to talk about him here. He's not paying us. But that guy, they named the building after him. Mama Kontagora house in Lagos is there. That guy was building this road, building that road, doing this, doing that. He built it. Now they will build one road. They will organize Twitter sessions, seminar, road. I built a road. Come and clap for me. Blah, 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 blah. The quality of the governed and the governing have fallen. There were kids in school sending bandits requests for money. Did you see that? Like students sending bandits to give them giveaway. Because
it's really sad.
Yeah,
it's really sad.
And there's just no quality. You look at this, you see university lecturers just pay for handouts or you don't pass the courses. So to just say Budget's going up. What do the poor enjoy? I had a friend, he had to go for a meeting. He was on an Okada. He had to jump on an Okada to go on a meeting. And he fell or he got hit, and they rushed him to, I won't call the hospital's name, I don't want to, Wahala. They rushed him to an orthopedic hospital somewhere in Nigeria. The guy got in there, right? He said he was afraid to lie on the bed so he won't catch infection. So he immediately called medical evacuation, come and pick him. But when he was waiting, he saw people in the hospital on the floor. He said, what are these people doing here? He said that they have treated, but they cannot pay. So they are keeping them there as hostage. I hear what I'm telling you. God. Yeah, they were keeping them there. So they will bring food for them and feed them, but they were in a particular hall. So that hall, they can't leave till they pay. How much are they owing? 50K, 200K, 100K, 20. The guy just looked at this thing. So, okay, how much? Count everything. Add everything. How much is it? They said like was like 2 point something in naira. 2 point something million. Blah, blah, blah. The guy wrote whatever. They started saying, but there's feeding. How much? Add it. He ended up in about 5 something million. The transportation from the hospital to the airport was more than what he paid to free those Nigerians from that hospital. It's a true story I'm telling you.
I've never even had this kind of dehumanizing situation.
No, go to the hospital today and go and see there. There's a lady that gave birth. They kept her. It was in the papers. She gave birth. They kept her in the hospital because she didn't pay for delivery, and the baby died or whatever. He said he paid. The hospital was there. He paid for them so they could let them go home. He was telling me his evacuation from that place to the airport is more than what he paid to release the quote-unquote hostages. So again, let's go back to before we got derailed, let's go back to what I was saying. Nigeria, the red light is flashing. The country is becoming a country that cannot organize itself, cannot audit itself, cannot ensure that funds are being spent appropriately. That's what this bill is about, to show that things are happening. The country is flashing red. We have gone from senators and house members allocating funds to themselves to a systematic wide failure where you have a gentleman getting MDA number, getting internet number, getting CBN number, account number. Systematic failure. Systematic. What's the response of the rich? They run to the coasts to build an island. Literally, they're building an island. Once I read a story about, is it Sao Paulo? I think Sao Paulo has many rich people. I think that's where all the millionaires stay in Sao Paulo. Do you know how they live in Sao Paulo? They have skyscrapers. The kidnapping got so bad that rich people just moved to the skyscrapers and are moving helicopter to helicopter. So they go from this skyscraper to that skyscraper. They don't go on the roads anymore. If they're going to go to the airport, helicopter to the airport, they just cut themselves off completely. In Nigeria, we've just moved to the coast. We're building a city for the rich. The largest embassy, the U.S. embassy in the entire world is going to be there. The largest U.S. embassy in the entire world will be there. It's going to be a self-sustaining island for the rich, not middle class, for the rich. You want to be in Nigeria, but not Nigeria. That's the response of the elite. A few meters away, you have floods picking sewage, raw sewage, and spreading it all over the state. They haven't fixed that. If you ask them to go and bring Dutch engineers to come and dig underground canals to fix all that, somebody will tell you, where's the money? What's the population? We can't afford it. Somebody will tell you, what's the population? That back then you could do it. Now there are other competing agenda. Yes, but you are building, the one that building is private revenues. I get it. But it's a question of how we are allocating the scarce resources. Economics is a study of scarcity, choice, scale of preference. That's what it's all about. How do you allocate scarce resources? The president's an accountant, and this happened under him. This fake identity happened under an accountant president. It's a big shame. Big shame. So
he's the president, really an accountant.
He is. He was in KPMG. That's how he got his money. He was in he was in KPMG or one of them. Yeah. So he is. So keep defending the lack of support for the poor. Say he didn't say it. Say he didn't imply it. Marie Antoinette never said, let the poor eat cake, but everybody says she said it because of her lifestyle.
Hello, Kalu. I think these people arguing are just trying to compare Buhari's regime and their own regime. Who has done better? I think that's the only point.
It's similar to you comparing your right hand with your left hand.
Exactly.
Why not compare your regime with Good Luck or even with Yaradua? You look at Yaradua now. I don't support it too. I'm a capitalist. He reduced fuel price. I don't support.
Because there's no other basis for argument apart from what I just said.
It's Marie Antoinette. It's Marie Antoinette. It's Marie Antoinette. Let the poor take loans. You say it's not a loan. It's zero interest, so it's not a loan. So why are you calling it loan?
I was going to ask, when the poor takes these loans and then they go to school, let's say by God's grace they graduate. So where is the job? Like, does Nigeria have a vibrant job market where you can say you graduate in 5 years, you got a job, and then you start working? And
Nigeria has not created.
Kalu has answered that very nicely, very intelligently, to say that this government just tried to switch the rules.
They will tell you.
They are very smart. They are very, and
they just switched the rules and said, well, we take away the subsidy, we'll give it ourselves in form of loan, and we have tried. We are doing something good.
We'll give you a certificate.
So the point is just to project themselves for the sake of elections.
You see, people think I hate Tinubu. The guy is kind of a very, very smart guy. He knows Nigerians. Let me tell you what he has done. Right, you were diverging, right? Look at unemployment. Other presidents came and said, they told them unemployment is 50%. Then they will start to create jobs. Good Luck will say, let me go and do Shopee. Let me go and do UWIN to bring down unemployment. Whose side? There's no employment will not come. What did Tinubu do? Tinubu went to NBS. How do you define an unemployed person? I want you to define unemployed. No, okay, let me. Tinubu did not go. But NBS has defined an unemployment to say if you work for 1 hour a day, 1 hour a week, you're employed. So if I have a car, I work in a bank, and the boy next door to my house doesn't have a job, but that boy washes my car one hour on Sunday before I go to church, that boy is employed. Instantly, the unemployment number in Nigeria dropped to 4%. Win for Tinubu. Let me talk about inflation. Let's talk about inflation. Inflation in Nigeria was 36, 34, 33%. What did Tinubu do? Tinubu goes and says, how do you count inflation? We count inflation by counting food. Okay, what is food in your CPI basket? Food is 51% in my CPI basket. Okay, what if we reduced 51% CPI to 40% CPI? What will happen? Okay, let's try it out. Then we reduce food CPI from 51% to 40%, and inflation fell from 33% to now 15 or 18%. A win for Tinubu. Again, I'm quoting Adley. I'm not saying he went and had this conversation. I'm telling you what has happened. NBS has changed the CPI calculation from 51% to 40%. And the unemployment calculation also changed to reflect 1 hour work a week is employed. When you do all this, what do you then have? You have a country where you have, let's do my favorite. FX reserves are up 51 billion. How do you count FX reserves? Kalu, if I borrow money, does my FX reserve go up? The answer is yes. Oh, you mean if I go to Eurobonds and I borrow foreign portfolio investments, my foreign reserves will go up? Yes. Okay. So I go and I borrow foreign portfolio investments, which I pay back 5 billion a year in interest. What happens? My foreign reserves have gone up. So look at Nigerian macroeconomic picture. Reserves are up. Inflation is down. Unemployment is down. Non-oil exports are up because I'm counting Eleme Petrochemical. I'm counting Dangote Urea as non-oil. Are you hearing what I'm telling you, people? When you do,
that's why nothing has changed.
Nothing has changed. That's why you keep on seeing these things.
All the grammar every day.
Every day I'm on Twitter asking them because I know I ask them, they won't answer. They don't talk to me again. They've unfriended me.
For data, they start calling you names.
Yes, because
when you ask for data,
this is what I've told you a fact. I'm not exaggerating. This is exact. The unemployment numbers changed. The unemployment methodology is changed. Inflation methodology is changed. Forex reserves with road FPI, we have our forex reserve has gone up. This is factual.
It's factual.
Let's go.
You're not exaggerating.
Yeah, let's go to IMF. So IMF says Nigeria has stabilized the economy. What does that mean? Did you read what IMF calls stabilization? Did you read what it means? Read what it means. When IMF says you have stabilized, what they mean is that if you have to pay back your loans, you can pay it. They don't mean that food is cheaper. They don't mean there's power. They mean that when you have to pay back your obligations, you can pay it. Why? Because Nigeria has got FX reserve to pay back. So IMF is telling lenders, you can lend to Nigeria because
you can keep lending to Nigeria.
Bam. Bam. That's what's going on, brothers and sisters. But when if you say this thing that I've said now, they will say I should go to Anambra. So I don't say it again because I want to stay in Lagos. I'm from Lagos. I don't go to Anambra. So, but I'm just telling you guys, in all seriousness, honestly speaking, if you don't know economics, they will run you around and give you all these nonsense figures. We've got to change it. Red lights are flashing. Red lights are flashing. Not just in security. Red lights are flashing. The economy looks good. Pull up the hood. It's an empty suit. Red lights are flashing. If this can happen, I challenge you again. How are you sure that all these MDAs are actually real and are actually operating? If this is a small, simple MDA, how are you sure there's an MDA called NAFDAC? How are you sure? How are you sure there's an MDA? No, you're laughing, but how do you explain to me how you are sure? Everything NAFDAC.
It's very true.
Everything NAFDAC has. This guy has.
These things are fake.
Everything NAFDAC has. This guy had. This Presidential Investment Promotion Council had. Name one thing NAFDAC has. This guy did not have. Name one. Name one. You can't. So it's not a fake agency. We're closing. We're closing.
Kalu, I want to ask, how can I ask a question? Please?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If let's say this whole charade is scam, as they put it, does that mean that there are other agencies that is still scam in this government administration?
Seems in trouble. They are telling that fire burnt church. You say whether did the fire burn the pastor's beard? What kind of question is that one? What kind of question is that one? Hey, Jesus. Didn't you watch my presentation? I started from 1986 when Abdul Mumuni, the appropriations chairman, accused the House leadership of inserting 30 billion into projects that do not exist. What you are seeing today, what was the end point? Where was this guy going to? Forget he had a company, an agency that was created. What was the end point of what he was doing? What was the end point? He was going to get land, get appropriations, and eventually he's going to get monies allocated to him by National Assembly to this agency. You doubt what I'm saying is wrong? They budget it. They always track. They have a whole report on insertions where you will see Federal Ministry Oko doing a project in Kaduna. A University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital was funding University in Lagos. Not a typo. University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital in Enugu was funding a school in University of Nigeria. That's how they move money around. They go to Fisheries Ministry, give them money. The Fisheries Ministry will give a senator money to do street lights in Delta. Or they'll buy a motorcycle for somebody in Kogi. That's how they move money around. You create the budget, but even in Nigeria, you can't just simply go to the house or CBN and take money out in cash. It's not possible. So when you create the budget, you create the allocation with the MDA code, then you issue a contract. The contract will not be given to your friend. Your friend will not take that contract. Whether he does it or doesn't do it is immaterial. He will say he has done it. He goes back to the house. The guy will say contract done. He will stamp it. He goes to Accountant General. Accountant General will say contract done. He'll go to CBN and they get paid. That's where they were going to. That's where they were going to. Whether you insert or you don't insert, the money still has to come out. This was an avenue to create a place for money to come out. That's why they went to the presidency, because nobody will challenge them. They will say, "It's now presidency get them. Now Oga get them." That's what they were doing. So once Oga get them, everybody will hands up. So everybody was hands. How did they catch them? Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The man was doing too much. When he invited foreigners, they now wrote to NSA, "Hey, this guy is talking to foreigners, which is illegal. It's no longer a money issue. It's now a national security issue. He's talking to foreigners, making promises." You could have told that guy, "I will give you a mine in Nigeria." And that guy will go and tell his counterpart. And his counterpart has already told the president, "Oh, I'm going to meet President Tinubu to get a mine." So he's now saying things that he was not authorized to say. That's why NSA got involved and they now roped this guy in. If he kept his mouth shut, "I was just doing seminar with students on how to do financial planning," no one would have caught him. Nobody would have caught him. Keep that in mind. Now he catch himself. So when you ask that question, Ice, that's your answer. He caught himself. Nobody caught him. This thing I think is just film trick. If he had kept his mouth shut, low profile, this 1.3 billion would have left easy, because they said 400 billion has it gone. So how many others do we have in Nigeria doing this? You guys are in trouble. Oh. You guys are in serious trouble. Serious trouble. If you like, let them gaslight you that we can't fund education for students, but we can fund, what's this one called? Presidential Portfolio Initiative, or whatever they call it. It's crazy. All right, boys and girls, I'll let you guys go. Thanks. This is the longest space we've had. We'll do one space for 24 hours. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you once again. Good to be here.
Same here. Sam, you I know you, but you don't know me. Yeah, it's good to see you again. Yeah. All right, you guys have a good one. Yeah. I'll let you guys go now.
All right, bro, Cardi,
everybody, take care, man.
All right.